And now Crevettes with a definite shovable one here, I feel. Obviously, it's sort of bottom of the range, but ace-8 suited, 10 bigs in the hijack, Dara. I feel like this one has to go, and in it goes. Regardless of what happens behind you here, I think this is the right move from Kravets.
Yeah.
He does manage to get a pocket pair to fold. That's always nice. Nezzer, no real thought to this one. Ace-2 suited just beats nothing, really. And nice execution here by Kravets, recognizing the way to play that suited ace was to just ship it in and hope to get the folds.
Yeah.
And of course, it's the kind of hand that almost always has something between 30 and 35% when called. So
yeah, you add the fold equity of the shove onto the equity that we have if we run into it.
88, yeah. على الدفعة هلا.
It's an interesting stage of the tournament now because a lot of these players will be relieved to have got through the bubble. But now they'll be thinking about actually making a run at the final table. Of course, tournaments tend to be very top heavy. The first prize for this is what they'll all be eyeing.
yeah, first prize is basically 100 times the min cash, so that's significant.
Yeah.
264,000 is the magic number up top, and what all of these guys will be at least aware of, one thinks. Garios finds nines here in early. Oh, and same villain, Christoforou.
Yeah, his game is very much based around aggression. But this time he's gone for just call.
Yeah, and that brings in Nezzer here with the ducks. Pankov can't really get involved here with the 7-8 offsuit. And Sarkis with a very good price here. He's obviously got the table coverage. Pretty ugly 10-7 multi-way, Dara.
Yeah, it's not great, but the connectedness, it's one of those things where it's a significantly worse hand three-way than heads up, but it's a better hand four-way than three-way because the connectedness has more value.
Well, Christoforou has flopped gin of sorts here. He will be hoping one of his opponents has an ace he can target for some value. Little unlucky that nobody does have that, and
yeah,
in all likelihood this gets through.
That nobody has an ace, and we're going to see a bunch of quick folds here.
Yeah, tough for Garios to continue here.
Yeah.
Again, heads up, you might decide to be sticky or bet yourself, but
yeah,
I think in this spot, just four ways, it sort of gets a bit more credibility.
Yeah, Christopher was betting into three people. Any of them could have the ace or the queen, so pocket nine shrivels right up in value.
So we just received a message from the tournament director. Looks like we're going to play 2 sessions here, so two 2-hour sessions before the dinner break, and then 1 more session after. So
very civilized.
Buckle up for 7.5 hours of poker action here this evening. As we watch what I not anticipating to be too much bloodshed in this hand. Dara, talk to me a little bit about this resort, because we spoke off camera just before coming on about, I guess, how a poker trip to Corinia is quite different from other poker trips in that it's a sort of an experience.
Yeah, it's an all-inclusive resort in a wonderful sunny seaside resort, basically. So you feel you're basically living in luxury while you're here. Everything is included. The food is actually very good. I have been to other all-inclusive resorts in places like Punta Cana, and everything just wasn't great. The food wasn't great. The drink wasn't great. That's completely not true here. Food is top quality. You've got all the best alcohol that you think as well. And there's lots of great activities as well. And it's just an amazing holiday experience. It's almost a shame you have to play poker.
I'd rather see where I'm at, because there's 2 spades, so...
Well, speaking of poker, we actually managed to find a board texture that could draw some blood here, contrary to my assumption pre.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom pair shouldn't be wanting to put too much money in here, but...
Yeah, it does seem to have waved the white flag here. Doroshkov obviously loving how this...
You see this flush, but it's kind of hard to get paid now. I guess you just have to target a 9, basically, and ask, what will a 9 pay me now?
100.
Yeah. You kind of go from hoping I'm not up against a 9 on the flop to hoping I'm up against at least a 9. So he has gone for a small size here, just trying to milk a 9.
Yeah, and Sarkis will be thinking about the possibility that his opponent has something like 10 jack with the spade. That's the only really kind of hand category that he beats, maybe 6-8 with a spade.
Yeah, he's drawing to improve, not knowing obviously that he's dead, but he's also drawing to a check on the river and maybe hoping that his opponent has a 1 spade hand or a jack 10 that gives up. But that's a little bit ambitious out of position, because you'd expect your opponent to fire with all those misdraws on the river.
Yeah, so Doroshkov now with maybe every reason to go for the jugular, could go for a full pot size shove here. He sized it up for this on the turn.
Yeah, you kind of have to set your target here. What do you want the guy to have, and what do you think he'll call? You can obviously represent a lot of misdraws here. Those 1 spade hands and jack 10s that we talked about. Maybe something like 10-8 or 8-6 actually gets there on the river, but a lot of other misdraws.
Do you think there's another size other than all in here?
I think there is, yeah. I think you can decide, actually my opponent's range is very weak, and I'll just try and milk that.
Doing a reasonable job of acting weak, it must be said.
He has gone all in, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those situations where, like, sometimes players make small bets which they think will get called more often, but generally in these spots the EV of the all-in is actually the most, because let's say the all-in only gets called 25% of the time. Well, that's still going to make you more than, say, a bet for less than half all-in, which is getting called half the time. And the bigger the size, the more you get to bluff as well, so...
This would be inadvisable heroics. Obviously, we mentioned how there were plenty of combo draws on this turn card in particular.
He's
well, one of the hands has got there, like 6-8's got there as well.
6-8's have got there, yeah. But he's unblocking absolutely everything. Like he doesn't have an 8 or a 10 or a jack or a spade.
535.
So he is actually unblocking every single misdraw, but this would be very, very stationy, I think, were he to call off here.
Yeah, one thing you always say to me, Dara, is just think about what better calls you have.
Yeah, so many better calls here.
I can only think that you have jack 10.
He's actually saying he thinks he has jack 10, which is one of the few hands he would beat, but yeah, like it wouldn't be the worst call in the world, because as I said, like we are beating all of those misdraws, and there are a lot of them, and we're also unblocking them. So, like in some ways, this would be a better call than say 10-9 with a spade.
Wow, he just made the call, Dara. Heroics.
He does, yeah.
But
great use for Doroshkov. He got paid the absolute maximum there.
What do you show?
He did make his hand look like a bluff too, as you said, by the river shove.
Well, the table very curious about the king deuce hand and wanted to know what it was. Obviously, that sets down something of a "don't try and bluff me" marker.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not
an
the worst.
Expensive way to do it, though.
It's not the worst of calls. Like, it is a pure bluff catcher, but we're unblocking all the bluffs and I guess blocking some of the value. Some 2 pairs and bottom sets.
What do you have?
فلوس معي بير جويزات.
Just a deuce. Deuce with king of spades. معك تريس يعني؟
جويزة.
بس دول.
غلط؟
يا حظي شو مقيد.
Wanted it in the YouTube highlights.
Yeah, that's it.
It came in the wrong highlights.
Hey, you have a brother there? Hey?
You want to get
have
into
a brother,
YouTube
yeah?
highlights.
My twin brother, yeah.
Yeah, done.
غلط كتير.
We're gonna switch right now, so he's gonna come play and I'm gonna go play there.
Get ready.
جاد or زياد؟ جاد or زياد؟
One interesting thing that's happened in tournaments recently is in these spots in tournaments, you do see more and more of the big pots tend to be blind on blind spots because people have become very, very good in all the other spots. You know, single raise pots, big blind versus whoever the pre-flop raiser. But blind on blind spots are very, very murky and the ranges are super wide. So there's far more potential for pots to get really big. So that's what I would say to anybody who, if they're watching and they want to improve their tournament results. Put a fair amount of work into your blind on blind and button versus blind spots because they come up so often and they can be huge spots.
Great advice. As we see Christoforu just get one through here. He's going for the 2.4x open. Earns himself a few more folds there against the blind in particular.
Yeah. Yeah, he's always fun to watch, this gentleman. Very accomplished player and very aggressive.
That's coming.
We see there, top right of your screen, we've lost a few more players on the outer tables, now down to 87. If past is anything to go by, usually come back with 20 or maybe low 20s players and then make the final table by maybe the third frame tomorrow. So around about this time tomorrow, you could tune into the final table if that's what you're into.
Yeah. So 10 big blind shove here, fairly standard with a pocket pair in latish position. And you do like to get the folds when you pocket twos.
Oh yeah.
Last one, you're gonna triple. You gotta triple
Now is
up.
the time. Now is the time. Don't see.
Don't look. Triple up.
Don't look. Colin, don't look.
Well, you did well. It's like there's already 83.
Like, ما حدا بيعرف شو بيصير.
17
Man with one
already.
big blind is still there, but I think he
Don't
does
look
have to
that out,
shove now.
so-
He's on the.
No.
Oh no, Yeah, he's waiting for a hand.
جبت 7.
Maybe they're near a money
maximum
bubble.
TV time, Dara. Maximum TV time.
And maybe they're near a money bubble already.
طلعوا بهالوقت.
But he's going to be all in
87.
next
There is a
hand.
little ladder jump coming. Let me check that actually.
Yeah.
Good point.
Ah, you want me to come?
No, I didn't see. I didn't see.
Ah.
I didn't see. I didn't see. Really. Promise I didn't.
All in.
Getting aggressive again.
Good luck, all in.
Offsuit ace.
We're all rooting for you.
Hunting.
If you lose,
Auntie.
we will give everybody 25,000. If you lose, and we will continue.
Everybody limp. Everybody limp and check.
Blind call and we fold everything.
How can I
So
do
if he wins auntie.
like this or
He's a big blind first or anti first, David.
He's just going to
Nothing.
get his ante back. I
إذا
think, if he
تربح
wins this
تربح
one.
بس
He really should have shoved last hand then.
Yeah, for
تربح
sure.
ستين.
Abad?
بس تربح.
Yeah, so it's anti first, so he basically can only win his
Everybody
ante
will
back here.
fold.
Really?
So
Take the
really he
round.
should have shoved him too.
Yalla, fold, fold.
Everybody fold.
Everybody
Everybody
folds
fold.
so I can
please.
keep his auntie.
Fold, fold, fold. Everybody.
Yalla,
It's
fold.
queen. Fold now.
I fold.
2 folds.
Fold, fold.
Wait.
Fold, fold, please fold.
3.
Wow.
4.
Ah.
I thought the gallows humor had to come from the guy who was being hung.
Customer.
He will lose.
Feels like he's being.
Yeah, so the king 10 has opened. It's showing on screen as a 3-bet, but it's an open because it's the big blind who is all in for 25k. Interesting spot for Garios here.
Yeah, I certainly like a 3-bet in this spot. I think flatting probably is fine too. You can realize
yeah.
pretty easily.
Either one is fine. It's a little bit different because the big blind being so short. It's one of those spots where because you don't have to worry about the big blind behind waking up with a hand, and you get to 3-bet a little bit wider. So that's what he's going for here, and that should clear out Doroshkov. Offsuit
All
king,
in.
not really a hand that you want to defend with in this spot.
Ace Jack.
Mikhail gets the good news that he's got live cards here, 34%.
Open.
Yeah.
Just playing for his ante though.
No,
He's
clear.
Just give
playing
him
for
the
his ante,
25,
yeah, that's
please.
the problem he
Give him
has.
his
Yeah,
auntie.
you see, flip.
يلا إن شاء الله يا رب.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows, yes.
9 is good.
You see?
9
Good
is
read.
good. Yeah. Ah,
Nice,
9 of
nice.
diamond. 9 of diamond.
Another 9 or
Nine.
another king.
9 of
king
diamond.
is good.
Good.
I think it's 9 of diamond.
King is good.
5 outs twice,
King is good.
5 outs
King
once.
is good. Thank you.
Good luck.
We say goodbye to Mikhail, who maximised his time at this TV table.
Yeah, he could have stalled a bit more, maybe. I guess he wanted to maximize it even more. But obviously, he's very happy. He
You
was
got
super short,
78,
and
78
he's
is
gotten through the bubble.
Get
So.
the pay jump.
Man, pain.
78, so you're getting, I think, like 4,000, 3,000 something, I think.
He got the pay jump, Dara.
He got the page up.
Yeah, you
Wow.
can sit if you want. We're enjoying.
Pretty sick. Telling him he can stay at the table. Good
Yeah.
fun atmosphere at this event.
Yes,
You
yeah.
can go there, take your paper with you so you can get
Yeah,
the
you
prize.
shuffle, please, Dean.
No, no, no.
You don't have to go home, Mikhail, but you can't stay here.
No, no, no, no. يعني كنا ربحنا له.
اي والله.
Thank you very much. انتبه لي على وضعك. جعانة هذيك. هلا كيف بيعرضونا يعني؟
Miss Anna will help you.
Nazir playing 100 bigs here. It's going to open things up under the gun. Action over to Kravets, who we played the look-alike game, Dara. I'm just wondering who you think I'm thinking of right now. It's not exactly like him, but he just has that expressive face. Imagine him without a beard.
Without a beard. I was actually going to say...
3,700.
Good luck.
Who playing the character? Is it Nacho from Better Call Saul / Breaking Bad?
That is so funny because I was going with a different character from that show.
Wow. No beard.
I was going with Mike Ehrmantraut.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking.
Well, we've got the
We're looking
cast.
at different
We've got
players.
the cast of Breaking Bad
We are
here.
looking at we have
You're right,
two
there is a
Breaking
touch
Bad
of
guy
Nacho.
right beside it. It's Nacho
It's
beside
split.
Mike Ehrmantraut.
It's
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I can definitely see Mike Ehrmantraut.
Then you win.
for sure.
Ace, you split, but then you win.
10 on the river. Crevette survives.
720.
1,720.
Yeah, and given the relation to those characters in Breaking Bad, it's quite interesting that they put them side by side as well.
تغيرت حياتك برو.
You got
It's okay. This is the game.
This is the game.
This is the game.
That's the. I think that's the Cypriot way of saying
You
that's
wish
poker,
for
baby.
ace and get the
You
thing.
got the better hand.
How you directly find that ace split? It's not easy to know it directly.
Good read today. You good feeling, huh? Queen 10?
Yeah.
Pretty hand.
Queen 10 is a pretty hand, Dara.
Yeah, it certainly is a pretty hand. I prefer Queen 9 to Queen 10, but
Do you?
I do, yeah.
Oh.
I feel like the Queen 9 suited is one of the most underrated hands in poker.
Oh. Start throwing your Queen 9 suited into your light range now, guys. He's not explaining why, but there's got to be methods. There's no way it's just an affection for the hand with Dara O'Carney. There's definitely some strategic reason.
Yeah.
200.
Decor.
All about patience.
I think I'm right in saying that Doroshkov was on the final table that we commentated on here earlier in the year. He looks
I
very
think you're
familiar.
right, yeah, at the Western Series.
Yeah, looks very familiar to me.
I did spot Edward Barsagian in the field when I came in. He is a man with
Did they
a
bring another player?
rather ridiculous
bring another
history
player?
in events here. We nicknamed him at the last stop Edward the Fourth because he made
as a
4
manager.
consecutive back-to-back final tables.
Sick record.
Yeah, he final table every single
Seriously?
the warm-up, the main event, and the high roller at the Carmen
the clip.
series, and he had previously
the camera.
final table the high roller, which was the last event
don't want to play
at the
them.
Carmen Western series. Edward the Fourth. James Dempsey came up with that one. I can't take credit for it.
So, Cadra getting involved here with the A6 suited.
Can I point out something else why we call him Edward the Fourth? He came fourth all 4 times.
That's pretty sick.
And we'd already given him the nickname when he made the 4th final table, so we were fixated on the idea that he would come 4th again, and he did. Another Queen 10 suited, this time in the hands of Nazer, who is going to use it to try to outmaneuver and outplay, out of position against Cadra and his ace-6 of diamonds here.
No, I didn't.
That's why. I was gonna tell you, like you.
Cadra stack effective, so we're basically
Nobody
playing
can
a
see
20
your
big
cards
blind
on.
pot.
I didn't know this.
Flush draw right away.
Yeah.
Backdoor flush draw and the 5, 6, 7 interacting with one another here for Cadra. Probably makes for a good C bet.
Yeah. Yeah, you can bet really small here. You don't have to bet big. Just flush out hands. Most of the hands that'll fold you'd be ahead of, but
Oh, and look at that.
we have
Checks it back and immediately binks the ace.
Yeah.
Nezer now with a gooder to go with his flush draw. Decent amount of equity here. Looking to perhaps set his own price and maybe at the same time push off a hand like pocket 8s.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely get better hands to fold now. This bet, it's a little bit weird because, well, I guess he has a lot of ace-x because he's small blind rather than big blind, so actually seems fine.
Representing.
Cadra with kicker problems, but he does have top pair now.
Yeah, when you're this shallow, folding shouldn't really be an option here, but I think he's trying to decide whether he needs to raise or not.
Yeah, could he be considering a very small raise, almost like an advanced blocker, that if he makes it another 85 or 105 here, and he can snap check back the river, then that's better than facing a bet of 300 on the river versus a wily opponent who maybe could do that with some bluffs, and
yeah,
it would be very hard to call a bet that big.
What your opponent will do on the river. If you think your opponent is likely to over bluff rivers, then you should just let him do that. Just close your eyes and call with your ace, except maybe on a club.
How much is it?
Oh, he's just stuck it in. Wow.
Okay, so he just decided, okay, there's a lot of high equity hands like the one that Nazar has, which actually still has 27% equity. Getting those to fold is a fairly big result.
Yeah, and a bit of a disaster for Nazar here.
Yeah.
You know, the downside of leading out here, which I, to be honest, wouldn't have recommended here. I kind of felt like he had too much equity to come with a lead here and risk being shoved on. Sort of destroying the value of his hand in a way, in this particular scenario anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, because even though he does have a lot of ace-x, he doesn't have the stronger ace-x. They would have all 3-bet pre-flop. Whereas Nazar, or sorry, Cadra has as the opener does have the stronger ace-x. So
yeah, it is a mergey sort of bet from Cadra here. Like possibly he gets a couple of better hands to fold. An ace-8 or an ace-9 would really hate calling that one off.
Yeah,
I think probably all the aces have to call, but we can definitely fold out hands like the one that folded. Have a lot of equity.
Unlucky.
You save some money.
I don't know, but I had jacks. This is what I'm saying. I had jack of diamond. You can check on the camera later on. The one here was jack of diamond. You open jack of heart. I didn't know this. Now I know. I'll put them here now. كنت تبلت مني؟
Easy, well, we're gonna see it on the camera.
لا, I believe him. I know that he will gonna re-raise me. You can
Now playing over 20 big blinds. Kravets gets to open things up here with the ace-king. He's bumped it up to 60k, 2.4x.
Yeah, he's obviously going with his hand if he faces any aggression, but he wants to induce weaker hands in, weaker aces and kings. Queen 10 suited. He's very short, but with the dead money, the blinds in there.
Most probably, yeah. He checked the flop.
Even though he's always getting called here, getting a decent price.
Ace. Ace is enough.
This is good.
Ace is good.
Hints?
Ace.
Certainly thinking about this one.
Ace is good.
Ace jack.
No, I check. Probably I check all.
Yeah, with these shorter stacks, obviously it's easier to realize your equity. You can kind of go with decent amount of.
So he decides to just call. So he's just trying to flop equity here and just go with it.
Queen 10 of clubs.
The pot is 205. He has got less than that behind. He hasn't really flopped equity. He's flopped backdoors, but that's probably not enough.
He never
Particularly
bluffed
three-way.
after bet 10.
Yeah, interesting to see if Kravets will continuation bet on this Jack 4-4 texture here. If he doesn't, does open the door for Pankov to get a second bite of the cherry here.
Yeah.
Might pick up some equity on the turn.
Yeah, a tiny bet here would make a lot of sense. Just fold out the types of hands that we're up against that have missed but have a decent amount of equity. But he has decided to just check and see what happens.
Gooder now for Pankov. Also a gooder for Sarkis.
Yeah.
Not a bad spot here maybe for Pankov to fire out a small bet of his own. I know he's very short, but nobody's shown interest in this Jack 4-4 and the 8's. Maybe a kind of card that could be in Sarkis's range, but unlikely to be in Kravetz's.
For here. This might get the job done over 2 streets or even 1 street. I think. Yeah, actually, Kravitz looks like he's happy maybe to let this one go. He doesn't have a spade as well, so.
My daughter is happy.
Yeah.
He does just let it go. So yeah.
Yeah, very nice execution there by Pankov.
Yeah.
Recognizing that it was a spot.
Yeah, different ways to skin a cat. Like, you don't have to go all in when you have a hand like that, even when you're super short. One of the advantages of being super short is that you're just going to realize equity more.
Nice.
If you flop
Nice
anything,
shirt,
you can
I
just
like it.
stick it all in. And if you turn equity there, you can make small bets. And because everybody's checked the flop, they all have pretty weak ranges and it'll work quite a lot. And if you get called, you still have the chance to either bluff the river or hit the river.
Yeah, I think another aspect of that as well is a lot of players will perceive a flat off a 10 big blind stack there as very, very strong, even though you've rightly said we need to be putting hands in there that can realize equity well, some Broadway combos that are suited, probably some other hands too. But in that spot, I think a lot of players, maybe the alarm bells ring and people think, oh my goodness, he might have kings or aces here.
Yeah, those hands could definitely be in the flatting range. So.
Nezzer with a rock bottom ace deuce here in the cutoff. Does look like he's going to open it up.
Yeah, this normally wouldn't be an open, but if the players behind are playing tight and in particular not 3-betting too much, you can go ahead and open. It's a bad raise to fold. Interesting spot here for 2 deep stacks.
Yeah, can certainly go both ways here. Probably prefer a raise myself on balance.
Yeah, King Jack suited feels like a better flat.
Yes, I agree.
King Jack off. And he does get the better hand to fold. That's the advantage of the 3-bet. For a very, very aggressive player, he'll be opening a lot of worse hands than Ace Queen here. So Ace Queen is definitely getting opened. He opens for 2.4 big blinds. We're down to 77 now. So we're continuing to lose players on other tables. Tricky spot for the Ace Jack.
$1 million total. 1 million total.
I didn't ask you, Habibi.
No,
Spicy.
Yeah, I guess he saw Sparkus eyeing his stack and decided to make it easier and tell him he had $1 million. Sparkus has gone for a 3-bet here. He basically is just, because he's up against an aggressive player who would be opening a lot of worse aces, he's basically asking the question now, is my ace good?
Yeah, 40 deep here, Dara. It does feel like an awkward one now, actually. Maybe just a mandatory call, but going to end up playing quite a deep, or quite a shallow, I should say, post-flop situation.
Yeah. Yeah, the hand is not quite strong enough to 4-bet for value and too weak to 4-bet as a bluff. So usually those hands just play as calls, but Christopher is a much more aggressive player than either of us.
To be sure.
So
wow, Sarkis seeing Christopher count a stack and then count it a second time says, you know how much it is, why are you counting it again? A little bit of...
moved all in here.
1 million, right?
Yeah, because Christopher is known to have much wider ranges, ace-queen is just higher up his range than it would be of, say, players like us.
That's a very good point.
1,185,000
now. Perfectly legitimate shove. He's going to get 3-bet by a lot of worse hands.
Yeah. We look at ace-queen and we get flashbacks to all these terrible spots we got. He looks at ace-queen and goes, well, that's about as good a hand as I ever get.
This is the best hand. Yeah.
I think I folded the best hand.
I don't know what you heard.
Dara, you mentioned
Little
there
below.
some eliminations.
Little bit.
I'm just running through them. Dori Jakub,
Better.
Akin Govan, Viktor Yugai, Roman Gatsiev, familiar face to the stream, Oleg
Tell you
Lee,
after the tournament.
Go watch it yourself after.
Mustafa Biz, Mekan
Pocket
Yusupov,
jacks you call? No, no.
Genya
Pocket
Gavrilic,
jacks? I don't have it. I call.
Federico Macori, Alexander Zavchenko, Erdem Gundogan, another very familiar face on the stream here, Turkish player, Erdal Gulsevin, Jean Mikhail, who we saw, of course, bust out here, and he did get the ladder, and Adel Nayun, and actually, just as I say it, on an outer table, Faradin Mustafov.
So, tricky spot here with the ace-8 and roughly 19 big blinds. He decides to let it go.
back him out. I'm back on
on the other hand has no compunction here about raising the jack-6 off. This is super wide. This has to be that he reads his opponents behind to be on the tight side, and in particular to not be 3-betting often enough. Board where they're both going to have missed a lot, so Doroshkov can just fire out a small c-bet here and win most of the time.
Yeah, tricky one for Garrios here. He kind of the best hand some of the time, and we see indeed he does this time.
Yeah.
But it is very hard to realise.
Yes and no. I think I would still have called there because you know, we can have the king and we can have the 9 obviously, so our opponent can't just go crazy. But he decides to let it go. It was a very small bet. Just over
Yeah, it was
1
small. I think I would have called as well.
Yeah. We're definitely not reaching minimum defense frequency if we're going to fold our queens there, which, you know, can be the best hand and have a backdoor straight draw as well.
Yeah, and there's a good lesson in that there, guys, that you can't be afraid of putting yourself into difficult situations. You have to sort of back your ability to make a tough decision maybe on turn or river as it might crop up there in that spot.
Yeah. Yeah. Andrew Brokas, my good friend, always says don't fold to bets that haven't been made yet. I see we've just hit 100 for the first time on YouTube today. Thank you to everybody who has tuned in. I will be keeping an eye on chat, so if you have any questions for either of us, fire away.
Mash that like button.
And mash that like button. Subscribe. And also subscribe and like Chip Race. So, Battle of the Aces here.
Check.
But the Ace-5 is pulled ahead by hitting the kicker. Can't really fold the Ace-Jack to 1-bet, I don't think.
No.
Same player who did fold the Queen High last time, but he's going to call with the Ace High here.
Check.
Interesting to see here if Sarkis goes for another small bet here, sort of advanced blocker. No.
No, deciding to just take the showdown of his hand.
Very quick check from Garrios there.
Yeah, can't really get value from too much here, so goes check, check.
That's it.
Yeah, and that decision there not to bet, maybe reflective again, partly because of that image perhaps that Garrios has as somebody who isn't going to get out of line there.
Yeah. Yeah, his check call range is stronger than most players' check call range, so just happy to check it all the way down and hope to win.
My turn.
Yeah. You can see it?
Doroshkov getting in the mix here with that baby suited ace.
I'll bring this down.
Nice one for board coverage, these hands there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, already I thought everything is
They're
bad.
3 times rarer than the
distracting
offsuit
me,
aces,
that's
so
why.
you can pretty much open them all and you cover a lot of boards. And in addition to the boards where you hit those specific cards, you can also flop draws, flush draws.
Well, look at here. Kadra stepping out a little bit, maybe feeling like Doroshkov's opening pretty wide. Decides he's going to bump things up here to 165 with the very raggedy 10-5.
10-5 off is a remarkable hand to choose to do this with. Puts Christopher in an interesting spot because he could have just called the open, but now he's in a murky spot now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there should be too many raise folds off Kadra's stack here, even though there absolutely is this time.
Big blinds as well. This is definitely an unorthodox play from Kadra, using this particular hand to make this 3-bet. I mean, the problem is Christopher might just decide, you know, it's only 20 big blinds and King Jack is going to have equity anyway, and the opener is too wide. There's already 280k out there. Christopher has 1.2 million behind, so that 280 represents a decent chunk of his stack. It's a tricky spot for him now, but he's giving a lot of consideration.
Yeah, unless you have a very particular read on Kadra as somebody who's capable of making a move like this off a 22, 23 big blind stack. Feels like an instant muck in my book, but he gave it lots of thought there, as you said there. Obviously,
I think for players like us, it is an instant muck, but for somebody like Christopher, he's quite happy to take flips and gambles and try and run up a stack. And you know, even if Kadra has a fairly legitimate hand like tens, for example, or ace queen, you still have a decent amount of equity with King Jack.
Apart from the bust out of Mikhail, who in fairness did his very best to stay with us for as long as possible. No bust outs yet on this feature table here, from a table that I think had 5 20 big blind or less stacks.
Yeah, nobody's really going too crazy. Rushcut now has another tempter, but having got 3-bet last hand, he decides not a good time to open.
Dynamics, Dara.
Dynamics, yeah, absolutely. If he hadn't played a hand in a while, or if his previous open had worked, I think he would definitely have opened that hand, but having raise folded the previous hand, you want to knock off the bottom of your opening range.
Yeah, Nezzer with a suited king here, likely to flick in the call even to this slightly larger 60k open. Does have 2 live cards. Suited. Bar a couple of backdoors, he's pretty much missed. Kadra also misses. Interesting to see how these 2 whiffs proceed.
Yeah, there's no flush draws, but it's a very dynamic board. There's Jack 10 is open-ended, and then there's any amount of gut shots. King Jack, King 10, Jack 8, 10 8, 8 7, 8 6, 6 7. So that's the main reason he's decided to bet here.
Nezzer not releasing immediately here. Does let it go. Well, we saw it in the previous hand, Cadra fearless with the 10-6. Didn't mind firing a c-bet there with ace high, no pair, no draw on the Queen 9x. That's a man who doesn't need hands to make chips.
No, that's for sure.
Psycho. How are you, Habibi?
Good.
Eating healthy, eh?
You see, super good.
My turn.
$405 minus ante.
Welcome.
New player at the table. He has brought with him quite the Taj Mahal of chips.
Big cooler, no? No? Two. Okay.
Each of those blue stacks, 100k.
Huh?
This one.
Okay.
Raise here from Nezzer, 3-betting 7-8 suited against new man Skulukia.
I think that's a good attempt, David, yeah. I'm willing to let you go with that.
Shulukia, maybe?
It's a case,
jacks.
so
Ah.
can't imagine it's...
Queens.
We're gonna see it after. We're gonna look on YouTube.
Where?
YouTube live
Right
stream.
here.
Live stream.
This live stream?
Yeah.
Jack 6.
Talking about the live stream there on the table, it does add a
Jack
certain
6
dimension
suited,
for
nice.
the players. A lot of players like, feeling that they're on the
shit.
big screen or the small screen or the phone.
It's my friend that is
Yeah.
благотворительность как race.
I didn't look at it. I didn't even look.
Shout out to some of the people in the chat, the BDZ Mountain Pro, Victoria Savina, who was here
Cooler,
yesterday.
free. Ace.
Thanks for joining us, guys. We really appreciate it.
You are kind.
For anybody joining us late, this is the Merit Retro Series. Warm-up day 3 day.
How many trophies?
Darrow
do you
Kearney
have?
in the commentary
Yeah,
booth with myself, David.
Every
Lappin
week,
and
every day, I saw
Well-
different trophies.
Sorry,
From Las Vegas.
bro.
Like this,
No speak English, only Turkish, please.
Georgie, how you are doing?
How many trophies? Tell me.
You see now, car?
I know.
Every week, every day, I saw you in Instagram like this.
New trophy.
Pay and photo.
Ah,
and-
pay?
Yeah.
You're paying people?
You pay trophy
They
for photo.
comment below, this guy everywhere. We see this guy with trophy.
Eating.
Cheater.
And these guys proving the point I was about to make to you, Darrow, which is there's a lot of banter at these tables. Last night we had the cash game, lots of chat, lots of fun.
Momentum.
Same on this tournament table.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
You
the
know, we are
organisers have
tight
done a
here
very good
in
job of
position.
creating a sort of a fun atmosphere at the event. Obviously, people
Before
are
you
paying for lots
come
of money.
tight,
and
before you
But
came,
the key
it
to
was tight. Now
live
we're in
poker for
the-
me
all
is that people should be able to have
No
fun, even
aggressive,
if
yeah.
No aggressive,
you know,
no.
because not only one person is
When
going to
you
win this
arrive,
tournament,
it's
but
aggressive.
it's possible for everybody to have fun if you create the right atmosphere, and the organisers do a great job on that here. With the themes, the retro, the Western Series, etc., etc.
You see what happened? Now we must to call.
3-bet pot here. Shkulukia opens the Queen Jack suited, gets 3-bet once again, this time by Nezzer on the button. Gets sticky with the Queen Jack, and they look at a board of 8-8-4, 2 clubs, ace of clubs in the hands of Nezzer. He's got the betting lead as well. So small bet, the order of the day. As much of a whiff as is really possible here for Shkulukia. Can't even call that 75k there.
You can choose one.
King of spades, king of spades.
Me with.
You see? Nice.
Jack queen suit.
Got to get behind that sentiment of yours there, Dara, too.
Keep
Obviously,
going like this.
the atmosphere,
It was very
the venue, everything that's
No.
put on for the players here, we really do try and take care of them tremendously well. As we take a glance at the leaderboard, obviously blinds have just gone up now, so we're looking at slightly shorter stacks, 91 bigs in the hands of Sarkis. Nezer pretty much on the same stack. Shkulukia has just arrived at 1.7 million. And then down the bottom, Pankov, Kravets, well, we've seen them both make some move. Pankov a little more deft with his Queen 10. Kravets just lamping in the Queen 10 and getting lucky earlier on to get the double up. And then Garios, Christoforou and Doroshkov sort of middle of the pack, although Doroshkov actually very healthy there at 1.5 million. He has chipped up very nicely. I think he started this frame with only about 900k.
Yeah, very deep stack still for the stage of a tournament, day 3. Nobody super short. 14 is the shortest, and actually all but 2 players have more than 30 big blinds. So lots of play still.
Yeah, and that's another aspect of what we were talking about, the value you get when you come to these events, not just the beautiful buffet that you can go to, and even the sort of what we've dubbed the poker kitchen that's sort of serving food any time of the day, even during those pesky half hours where the main restaurant has stopped serving.
Yeah.
You can still come to the poker kitchen and fill your boots.
Yeah.
But I think the feature table as well brings something special to an event.
Sure, no, it definitely does. And you can hear the players there talking about watching it on YouTube. That's something they'll have. They'll be able to go home after this event and watch themselves on the feature table. But speaking of the buffet, I'm pretty sure you don't even have a room, David. I think you just live in the buffet now.
I just get under the table.
Yeah.
You guys will remember, if you were tuning in last night, that we really did burn the midnight oil. Local time, it was 3:30 a.m. when we finished up with the cash game stream. Darrow Kearney went for breakfast before bed.
Yeah. Yeah, when I'm at home, I do a lot of my eating at night time, unfortunately, because I'm quite active during the day, running and doing all the stuff that I do, and then I often get to the evening quite hungry. And unfortunately, I have fallen into the habit of eating very late.
Talk me through a grind meal plan, Dara. Let's say it's a Sunday grind for you online. You obviously put in pretty big online sessions. I know back in the day there was like 16, 17 hour sessions. Probably a bit more of the 12 to 14 hour variety these days. He's looking at me like, no, I still do the 17 hours.
16 to 18 hours typically on a Sunday. I usually get up and I try and get a run in, a very short run in before I think. Then I have breakfast and then I start. And then about 6 hours into my session, my wife brings me a sandwich or something like that, something fairly light. And then about 4 hours later, she brings me my main dinner. Eat that at the computer. And then the session can go on quite late, so often I finish and I'm quite hungry as well. So I eat after I finish.
So, follow-up question, what do you do when your wife isn't around to bring the meals to? Do you have to make your own supper, your own midnight snack? Or is that all prepped?
My wife is basically my wife doesn't leave the house very much, so I'm not sure that's ever actually arisen that I've been in the house and she wasn't.
No, I meant that she's asleep.
Oh, when she's asleep. Well, she brings me. That's the point. We time it so that she brings me dinner just as she's going to sleep, and that gets me through the rest of my session. That's my main meal. So.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I live in Vegas.
Someone said he lives in Vegas.
Maybe a cheeky chocolate bar in the fridge that you can go retrieve yourself for a
No, I try to have healthy snacks these days, so it's mostly grapes or.
I'm not having that. Well, that may be true at home, but I'm having none of this.
You haven't seen me
We
eat
just
chocolate
came from
yet.
Vegas. I'm so paranoid about the little bit of chocolate I like to have. I bring you decoy chocolate.
Yeah,
I
that's
bring
right,
chocolate
yeah.
for Dara so that he doesn't eat my chocolate.
I think that's the last chocolate I ate. The Toblerone you bought me in Vegas.
Very good.
So we have a spot here, button versus blind.
Don't think I'm not coming back to the chocolate conversation, guys. As soon as this hand's over.
Well, your better half, Sharon, actually said that just before we came on, when we were in the buffet, that she hadn't seen me eat chocolate yet this trip. So she's far more observant than you are. My habits have changed.
I'm not going to make a liar out of Sharon now, and I don't like how you muddy the waters here. But what I would say is, I remember having a meal with Dan Wilson during the World Series. One of those few occasions where you didn't catch the tournament, Dara, so you'd gone off and done something else. And I met Dan, and as we were going back in, I went into my bag and I had probably about a third of a Toblerone, and I offered him a triangle, and he took it. He said, "Why are you walking around with Toblerones in your bag, Dave? You know, do they not get really hot in the conditions?" And I said, "I have to hide it in my bag because O'Carney knew it was there. He'd have it.
I
wouldn't
knew
have
it was there. I knew it was there, but you know, you brought me a Toblerone.
You didn't know it was there.
I knew it was there. I saw the second Toblerone. I think it was white chocolate.
It
as
was a
well,
white
if I remember
chocolate one.
correctly,
You're
yeah.
correct.
But I don't have the same insane craving for chocolate I used to have.
Do you know what? I can't really lean into this one too hard because, in fairness to you, I think you did eat quite a bit of the chocolate in the first couple of nights, but you saved some for after your main event bust out.
I did indeed,
I remember you just said, I'm going to need those 3 triangles as a cheer up for when the sad moment comes.
So again, Kravitz finds a very playable hand here off a short stack. He did lose the last time with the ace-king. He could have thought maybe about shoving this time. He's picking up more. He's picking up 75 if it gets through, 20% of his stack, but he's decided to try and induce action. And he's looking at that flop and thinking, now I wish I'd shoved. Similar to flop the previous one, but he's only up against one player this time, so he might decide to bet this.
Yeah, it's a nasty old board here for the ace-king coming from early.
Yeah, doesn't get great. Yeah, he decided to check, and
I was going to say, I think we're going to see a decent number of leads from Garrios on a lot of turn cards, but that might not be one of them.
no. Makes it less likely he has a 6. And
I think if we'd seen a 7, an 8, a queen.
there's lots of
maybe another
rivers.
low card.
There's certainly lots of rivers he can bluff if this goes check, check. But Kravitz might make a small bet here just to cut that off.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate that. Besides,
The two is a relative brick, so I mean.
Key to this situation now, Dara, is given that Kravitz has checked twice, he'd have to be sticky on the river, I think, to one
On
bet.
this card, yeah, for sure.
Now, he's not being put to the test here. Garrios waving the white
he's going
flag.
to just check. He doesn't look too happy, but he's going to get the good news that he's actually ahead.
A little bit worried he was going to look down at a hand like Jack 2 and not Jack 5.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be gross.
Mike Ehrmantraut takes down another.
Best Nacho.
God, that's so funny that I was on a different player, but we still ended up in the same TV universe.
Yeah.
Fabulously expressive face on Kravitz, though. You could put that man in a movie.
How many trophies you win this summer?
Yeah.
Why?
Are you?
Me?
How many win?
Didn't get in the money.
How many you win cash game?
0.
Millions.
0 Habibi.
1.5 million.
0 Habibi. Like this 5.
Sarkis, eh? Wild.
Plenty of big personalities at this table.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been very good fun atmosphere. A few of the players willing to.
Should these guys, not counting the times where they go to other venues, these guys come here 5-6 times a year to take each other's money, so
Yeah,
they're
know each other well.
more than familiar.
Yeah.
Cadra coming with the call here on the button. And that will probably bring in crevettes here with the Queen Jack O. No, it doesn't. He just let it go, Dara.
Yeah.
Thought that was quite a nice spot actually for him to peel. Well, 4 hearts now for Sarkis. No flush draw. Every reason to proceed cautiously though on a very textured Jack 10-7 that does hit the calling range pretty hard too.
Yeah, out of position as well.
What do you mean big problem? North. Big problem?
Not exactly sure what I would do in this spot, Dara. Do you go with a small bet or do you check this one?
I think our hand wants to bet, but I think probably our range wants to check.
Yeah. A little quandary for me there. I'm not sure.
It depends who you're up against. Like when you're up against weaker players, you should just bet third pot. That's kind of just a standard move. But when you're up against better players who put you under pressure and float and sometimes raise as bluffs, you're better off just playing very cautiously out of position and checking a lot.
Excellent advice again there from Dara O'Kearney. 5-time best-selling author, Dara O'Kearney.
Thank you, David.
So many books now, I don't think I could name all of them without having a moment of pause to think of the next one. Used to be able to rattle them off when it was 3.
Yeah.
You take school?
Poker Satellite Strategy.
That was the first one, yeah.
GT.
What was second? Do them in order. Get them in order.
PKO Poker Strategy. The ICM book. Also known as Endgame Poker Strategy. Then we have GTO Poker Simplified, and most recently we have The New Child.
Yeah, it's not called The New
Mystery
Child.
Bounty Strategy.
Mystery Bounty Strategy.
Boom, got there.
Yeah.
All available on Amazon, all $9.99.
On Kindle.
On Kindle.
A little bit more in paperback.
But if you do buy the paperback, you can hound Dara in a poker room, make him sign it.
Yeah, that's great fun.
He doesn't charge more than the same price again as the book for the signature.
Yeah. Yeah, we're actually running a poll on Twitter to name the next book. The next book is on exploitative poker, so we've had a few good suggestions. One I like from our friends here saying is Beyond GTO. But if you guys have any good ideas, hit us up on Twitter.
But hang on, you have GTO Poker Strategy.
Yeah.
With the globe.
Oh no, GTO Poker Simplified.
Yeah.
Simplified, yeah.
So why not bleep GTO Simplified?
Yeah, well, we don't necessarily want to start a fight among the children.
I got in 3rd and came out 9.
Wow.
68 players now. They are falling fast.
Life is good.
Bro,
remember we had 90 players just 75 minutes ago.
Yeah. Bias Grinder says in the chat, I agree, you don't have to be balanced against weaker players, so betting a third is definitely fine. Yeah, that's the point. Like, there's a lot of talk about being balanced and so on, but you really only have to worry about that against better players who will pounce on any imbalances that they perceive.
Как будет, я вас умоляю. No, wait.
And Merit Poker in the chat giving the payouts. Everybody who makes the final table guaranteed at least 26,500.
How much?
All the way up to 10 times that for first place, 264k.
Check raise.
At the moment, we have 68 players left.
Yeah, just over 4k, I think everyone guaranteed
Correct.
at this
just
point.
Over 4k. David is such a professional. He's memorized
the entire payout structure.
The entire payout structure. You can ask him any position.
Any
and
position.
He can tell you exactly how much that would worth and what it buys you in North Cyprus.
Yeah. Go on, test me out, Dara, once. And I am looking, I promise.
25th.
That's going to get you 9k.
Correct.
Is it?
Yes.
Actually.
I mean, not exactly
I'm good,
9K,
guys.
9K
I'm
in
really
a small
good.
amount, but yeah, 9K is rounding to the nearest 1,000. You are correct.
Oh, that's.
This is a man who spends his life staring at payout structures as he tries to work out how slow he has to play to lock up the next ladder. So he knows all of these things.
I can't even argue. I can't even argue. I have no comeback.
Don't misunderstand.
You blue satellite?
Green. This is not blue.
Thank you, Tobias. He says, thanks for streaming, by the way. Now when Triton is streaming some boring
But if you pay,
boring SD, I'm happy to tune in here.
look,
Glad
if
to
you
hear that
pay
you're
the hair
enjoying us more
down,
than
it's
Triton.
1,000 free rolls.
Now?
Down here, yes.
How many money you blue color?
How many money? Free.
1 week.
I like to think of
Blue
Triton as our
free.
sister
For
stream,
you, free.
part of the Sharehan family.
Why? What's the problem?
So I'll say nothing bad
My
about
team
them.
is in green.
Yeah.
I will
I, on
make
the other
green
hand,
for
will.
green, not blue.
I, on the other hand, no such
Free
compunctions.
Turkish lira, yeah?
No,
Free
green,
K.
green.
Yeah.
I was actually in London just before
put
here.
red-
You put
playing
here
at
red for
WSP,
me.
I have to say, not the
Ah,
Triton, but they were in the same room, albeit there was a wall down the room to make it clear that one side was
Yeah.
Triton and the other side was the plebs playing WSOP.
Well, you wouldn't want Stevie Chidwick to have to look at William Kassouf. They want to put up a big wall there.
Oh, short deck.
Oh, short.
It's
Oh, yeah.
short
you
deck
don't-
they're playing.
yeah,
Yeah,
don't be
yeah.
watch-
Who
Look,
wants to watch short deck?
do you know what- do you know what-
That's a terrible game.
Yeah, if they were playing a real game, I'd be saying, like, I understand if you want to
Yeah.
go there, but if it's short deck, you definitely want to. Do you know what? Actually, guys, a few of you, if you could pop into their stream and explain to them that there's a way better stream over here that's actually playing
Yeah.
proper poker.
Proper poker with all the cards.
Yeah. Do us a favour and pop over there and try and poach us some audience share, please.
Blank.
Check.
Crevettes with the no pair here.
Do you think it's Kravets or
Kravitz.
Kravitz, like
Lenny.
Lenny Kravitz?
Check. You have king, queen, and you win. Yes. You have king, queen, and then show the king, queen.
Bravo.
Second read, huh?
Bravo, Christoforu. See that, Tara? You have king, queen, and you win.
Yeah.
You are the professional, Habibi. No scoop, nothing. Habibi, this guy also raised it.
this.
No. Say heads up, I lost heads up.
Ah,
Second.
second.
Who number 1 married money list?
I know.
Oh,
I know.
and please, you win.
Oh, the boys pointing to a stat that we didn't find, Dara.
Yeah.
Christoforu may be the biggest winner here in tournaments.
Second.
Oh, I
On
will
the
believe
venue.
that,
Promise
yeah.
in
The venue.
Las
And
Vegas.
not
Completely believe that.
Number 1, Christopher.
No, number three.
Oh, he's number 3. He knows the stat himself.
You wanna bet?
Okay.
Look at that, number 3.
What is the bet?
Who?
Number 3. Another one guy.
With Triton, with
Wait.
Return or
Retro Series, you number 1.
Garios with 32 bigs here, pocket 9s, definitely getting involved.
2 hands penalty if I don't tell.
Thank you. Fuji, يا حبيبي, no, don't play nothing.
Very tight today. Down.
Interesting spot here for Nezer. Darren and I talked about the relative value of going, for the call and for the raise with a hand like ace, queen, ace, jack, and we sort of talked about how the suited variety actually make for better calls. Obviously, more boards will hit you, a bit more playable post flop.
Yeah.
I think it could still go both ways here against a 30 big blind stack and probably leverage Garios for all of his chips here. But, he's actually just dropped the hammer completely. Obviously, Pankoff behind is short, so he's just said to him, you want to play for it all? 32 bigs in your eye.
Yeah.
What did the screen give you to call in? You're like looking at it.
No, I just saw the blinds.
Big spot here for
If you have a
Garios.
very good hand. Why you want to push all in?
Exactly the logic. He's figuring it out
You
here.
have a nice pocket 7 in your head, which should be.
I don't have 7.
So
I like this from
Maybe you have
Garios.
sevens.
No, I have a way better hand than sevens.
Garios figuring that Jacks
I'm gonna see
plus
it anyway.
would
It's not like I will
almost
show you or
certainly
not.
induce. Dara
Yeah.
thinks he is up against maybe a smaller pair. A hand
you
like
give me
8, 7, 6s often become these very large shoves in these situations.
Yeah.
9's in great shape against them, and then if you do happen to be up against the
here.
ace king, ace queen, ace jack suited maybe that's taken this line, you're obviously in good shape. He's basically thinking to himself, maybe only 10s is what I'm worried about here.
Yeah,
Everything
pretty
else
much. Yeah, it's kind of a flipping, almost a flipping at worse
right now.
situation.
That's a tell.
That scared me right now.
You can do like this one, or this one is better.
That scared me. That's even better. That's even better.
Tournament life always a factor. The ICM creeping up on these guys ever so slightly now, always a
Be
factor.
careful next time.
Ace king.
Okay.
Wow, makes the big fold.
Nice.
Not suited.
One.
Very big fold.
Flip.
Ace of diamonds.
I know.
Queens.
Good fold again.
Good fun, good fun.
Yeah, really queen.
Every time you fold, it's good for me.
Exactly.
One of those spots where, had he been shown the hand, even though he was getting the right price, it's probably one you can just about edge
Nice
pass, given the ICM. But, of course, him much more fixated in that spot on, does he have 5,
How
6,
much
or
you
7
don't like
things?
the ladies?
If he has any of those hands, oh my goodness.
You need
Yeah.
to
What a
wait
spot.
now until you see the other cards.
It's, that's how much you don't like the ladies? You went all in right away with ladies?
I had queen deuce suited.
Even better.
Doroshkov never one to shy away from a suited ace in any seat here. It's going to open things up. Garios right behind now with the slightly reduced stack of now 30 bigs, 900k. Ace queen off. Little awkward here. Both of these guys in early position.
Tobias says he would happily go into the Triton stream and try to get them over there, but he might get banned, which is a reasonable point. And he says,
Do it with your dummy account then.
oh, everybody's got a burner
Double
account.
trouble.
Gary sounds
Ah,
upset.
you-
He should have
you
made a decision
noticed? How
already
you
knowing he
noticed?
could face a 3-better at jam.
George, you're so
I
clever.
think it's a good spot to
You
fold.
notice
here
he
with
has a
ICM.
brother,
Your
yeah?
brother called
Yeah, it's definitely the ICM. Decent works there.
My brother, yeah, maybe would have called you.
If he goes
You hate to
below
flip for
20
that
bigs,
much at this stage.
the brother will come.
So maybe he would have called you.
Who is the fish? He's pro and
That's
you are
my first time playing poker. at a
Two
poker
brothers?
tournament.
Two brothers poker players, yeah?
We only have, this is our
only you.
website.
Ah, poker. Alright.
You own this site? What is only poker or
No, everything. Betting, casino,
Slots machine?
everything.
Slots
Slots.
oh,
and it's all over the world?
No, it's only in Netherlands.
Only Lebanon.
ну, Семен профессионал, slots machine. Pro.
Russians are not allowed to play on our website.
Me?
There are sanctions.
Ты чё, играл?
Да. Конечно.
And you make personal,
Где
personal
преподаватель?
account or it's
شو؟ إلها الحديث. إيه فهمت.
you can make a personal
Scoop
account?
man going all in.
Tobias asking, what's the bottom of your calling
can
range
be
there?
original
10s.
personal
Yeah,
account.
10s probably feels about it.
Oh,
There's going to be less flips, obviously, the higher your pair, and more spots where you're just pair against overpair. Or under pair, rather. Your pair is the overpair.
Pankoff all in now with the pocket fours. Yeah, I think 9 was cuspy. I'm not sure. I would have been tempted. I think I definitely would have gone with 10s, and I think 9s was a real deliberation, and he gave it plenty of deliberation. So we see Sarkis contemplate how many queen jacks, king queens, king 10s, and even spots like this with the really small pairs where we're getting the right equity just about.
Yeah.
О, готов?
Does get sticky here, and for what is not a huge proportion of his stack, but absolutely all of Pankoff's.
Yeah, flip here. The 4 is 56% favorite right now, but now it leaps up to 75%. Oh, and there's the ace, the heartbreak. Down to 2 outs now.
Yeah, no 4 of diamonds in Pankoff's hands, so
Good game.
going to just 2 outs.
Good game, legend.
And he departs in 67th place
Because you told me scoop.
Yeah.
I remember it short.
for a little over 4K. Solid effort there.
Stars.
More
Poker
than double his
stars.
money.
This school, 200 people.
A satellite of
Number
sorts
one
into
Montenegro school.
day after tomorrow, or actually, in fact, it
Your
starts
phone, my
tomorrow. The high roller. It's one way of satelliting into the high roller.
Yeah, you can treat any tournament you want as a satellite, really. Here we have the stacks.
Indeed, we do. Well, Sarkis, well, he's just won a flip there to bound back to 93 big blinds, 2.8 million, roughly what he had at the start. I think he was hovering around the 3 million mark. We see Garrios now with 33 bigs, under the gun, ace-10 off. I like that fold.
I do too, yeah. It's just, you got the whole way around.
It's a tempter, but it's good discipline to let those go, I think.
It's Russian 2 categories people. Normal, Russian, idiot, Russian with normal Russian. And leave Montenegro.
So how long your family stays in Cyprus?
This, 1 month?
1 month. You will stay here now?
Maximum 2 months.
And after you go back to
2 months I go.
Georgia?
No, Russia.
Russia. And that you are Georgian?
And go.
Small raise here from Doroshkov, blind v blind. Interesting if that's player specific, Kadra. Going to come with the call here. He's got a call with virtually all of his range to that size. It's so small.
But then you're going to win a lot on the flop when you stab.
Doroshkov now is going to take that stab.
Small bet, that should clear out the 5-3. Yeah, it's one of those spots where the pre-flop raise doesn't get the job done much, but it means you're going to win the pot more often, because when it comes with high cards, as it did, you're going to have those more. Your relatively short-stacked opponent will let you know if he has those high cards
Very
pre-flop.
slow here, peaceful.
Question, Dara.
Nothing.
Is it a purely exploitative sizing? Obviously, most players tend to go for the 3 to 3.5x in that spot. He's gone for the 2.2x blind v blind out of position.
Yeah, it is somewhat exploitative, yeah, that's for sure.
No.
But then when the stacks are very shallow, the sizes get smaller anyway.
Tatarstan. Tatar.
Skulukia with the ace jack off is going to open things up here in early.
Oh, Christoforu.
Snapping behind him, Christoforu with the pocket fives. Took a millisecond to get those chips in. Looking to play a pot with Skulukia. Now Sarkis maybe thinking to himself, well, that's 2 players who probably have fairly wide ranges. Doroshkov now with the real hand.
GG, Habibi, finish, Gia.
He is going to squeeze.
Doroshkov has chipped up a bit with just good selective aggression. Nothing above the rim. No really big moves, but lots of just small little chip away moves.
And you said small there, and again he's gone for a small 3-bet sizing, given that it is a squeeze.
Good luck, Christoph. No.
This won't get the job done against Christopher, I
Ace
imagine.
Jack. Show.
It does?
1 card.
Queens, kings.
Wow.
Queens.
Really surprised
King,
you got
queen
that.
suited.
Surprised Christopher folded there.
Yeah, I am too. He was getting a very good price given the small sizing, and
Maybe he got spooked that it was aces or kings.
Raising good. It's not good hand to out of position to call ace jack off under the.
What, Ace Jack fold?
Now you are teaching. Now you are teaching him.
I fold.
5 bracelet, Habibi. You teach him
5 trophies, not
This-
trophies.
Yeah, with my teacher.
not bracelets.
I small trophy. Christophorou win big tournaments. Minimum tens.
You how many tournaments? You will speak.
Sorry, I don't speak English.
Very well.
You speak English. Artur is not coming. Before he's coming, Martirosyan. He's waiting.
Georgia and visa return
problem?
England and problem 2 months. Georgia, go online play.
Your friend with him, isn't it?
Cadra is going to stick it in here for 15 bigs on the button. Any ace will do in that spot.
Yeah, yeah, you don't want to raise fold this, so he's decided he's just going to stick it in. Fold out some stuff that you're basically flipping
They are
against.
here, isn't it? They are at them.
Yeah.
Your friends, isn't it?
Yeah. Via internet super level. Yeah, it's really.
How many levels they keep us here?
5-6 years, number one MTT
22.
world.
Amazing show.
Yeah.
At 21. Level 21. At a 10, 11.
We are down to 62 now, as you can see on the screen. Christopher
This is the
is
fourth
going to
level.
get busy with pocket fives
Fourth
under the
or
gun.
sixth level?
Sixth level.
Oh, this
Sorry,
is
my
the sixth
third.
level.
And nobody has a hand behind as yet, so it's gone all the way around to the blinds. Kravitz is not going to get involved with King 2, and the Jack 5 is probably folding as well.
I've never met you before. My brother was telling me about you. No. He just told me, yeah.
Majal.
Yeah, Majal.
One time.
Yeah.
That's
He's like, he's such a great...
A reminder there, this tournament guaranteed $1 million. Absolutely smashed it. Almost hit the 1.5 million mark. 809 entries.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, of course.
These guys playing for a whopping 264k up top.
10, 20 calls daily.
62 now remain. They are dropping like flies.
يا ربح انت والشمال. لعبتوا هالزبط على السايت.
مش هتزاب. لا ربح شي 150,000 اذا كمل. ربحان لي شي 200,000. اخذ ريال ربح. نسبة.
Nezer with a loose open here under the gun. King 10 off. Flatted by Garrios here at the ace-8 suited. 30 big blinds effective this one, even though Nezer's got a lot more.
Yeah, the suited aces make reasonable flats in these spots. You're playing in position.
Georgia, I asked to change the deck. I don't want red. I like blue, so they will change it
call
now.
at least one bet. So you're not going to get c-bet to death.
He's making every
ace high
aces.
Could be good here, but also got those double backdoors working. Garrios does knuckle back here. And Nezer, well, it's just sort of... It's kind of in no man's land
Where
here.
are you from? Where are you from? Russia?
Really?
May feel like the only route to victory is a
This is
couple of
Russian and this
streets
is Russian?
of betting. He's going to
Really?
start telling a story now. Maybe we'll get the job done here against this specific hand.
Russian.
If it was a heart, then yes.
You can take the pot.
Green.
If it was a heart, I would raise you.
With style. Russian style.
There we have the stacks. Two players under 20 big blinds, but actually not that much under big blind, under 20, and some pretty deep stacks.
Yeah, I feel as though we could have some fireworks here. Sarkis, Shkulukia and Christophorou seem primed for a confrontation, actually.
Yeah.
And we have been very impressed, maybe most impressed of all by Doroshkov and the way he's gone about his business.
Very, very quietly gone about his business, moving up the list there.
Yeah, almost double the stack in this frame without much fuss at all.
Yeah.
I do feel as though pressure will be on Seaman Kravets.
Yeah.
Cheater.
Oh, look at this real hand here now for the chip leader or one of the big stacks.
The blue deck, huh?
Blue deck will change everything.
Queen Jack suited is definitely a hand you would normally defend. So the two big stacks here potentially getting into a pot against each other. Generally with Queen Jack suited you just want to flat here against an early position raise. That's what he's going to do.
This boss, Карманский, его помощник. Joseph Schweik.
Sarkaz is in the middle of the ace being there.
Play? MTT?
Very much his board.
Joseph Schweik.
Might just fire out a small c-bet here.
Yeah, it does feel like a spot where you can just range bet very, very small, but then exploitatively check it back.
You just have a few hands really that want to check kings, queens, jacks, those types of hands. And if they're the only hands you check, you become fairly easy to play against. Don't know whether Sarkis or Nezer will pick up on the fact that he is up against one of those hands, but he has turned a flush draw on, so that allows him to start putting pressure on.
Yeah, and I like the sizing here. If he is going to tell a story here, given the depth of these guys' stacks, he does have to kind of go on the larger side, target exactly a hand like, maybe sevens through queens for having checked back this flop and maybe feeling as though you could win this one across maybe one street, maybe it'll need two. Tough spot now for Sarkis. Obviously two flush draws on board there, maybe looming in his mind.
I think once you've checked the flop, like, you just can't fold here because you're just folding everything then unless you have a few traps like pocket aces in there. But he is going to let it fold, and that's
nice answer.
The queen
you have
jack
any clue what I have?
gets the job done.
You have any clue what I have?
Pocket 8.
Pocket 8 was Nezer's
same.
guess. Yeah,
I
so
lose?
he guessed sort of a pair there.
Maybe. I don't know. I have
Very
two
good
cards.
pickup there for Nezer. He wins
Need to see the
queen
river
jack
first.
against queens without even hitting.
You have so many outs.
Probably I beat you on the river.
It's mine.
So it's good for you.
True.
So you fold kings?
Something like this.
How much?
Raise here from Doroshkov with the ace-8 suited. Again, a theme of his play has been the opening of any suited aces in any seat. Christoforou decides to flat the button with the queen 10 of clubs. Pretty reasonable, and it's Nezer's turn for a squeeze here. That may well get the job done here. Christoforou sort of outmaneuvered.
What is your guess now?
cannot say.
Ace-9 of you?
Nah,
7-8?
I'm confused now.
I have the best hand in poker.
So, Dara, I've just received a bit of late breaking news. The cash game obviously ran last night, very entertaining, featuring Albert and a cast of characters,
Yeah.
Paul Newey. Well, there is the hope now that they're going to be able to pull that cash game back together again. Maybe not all the same runners and riders, but most of them seem up for another 100, 200 game. And with that sort of action, well, it looks as though the powers that be have decided we might switch across and cover that post-dinner. So these guys, we're going to obviously power on with them for another frame after this one. We are coming to the close of this frame now. But rather than follow these guys to 12:30, 1 a.m., we might switch across to the cash game and maybe play 4 hours of 100, 200 with a straddle, no doubt, and maybe some props.
Yeah, that was super entertaining cash game last night, and certainly I know Paul likes his cash games when he's traveling around. Doesn't just come here to play tournaments. So some very interesting players in the mix last night. Hopefully it'll be a similar lineup tonight.
Yeah, for those tournament lovers out there, we will be keeping abreast of all the action in this one. Presumably they will play down to around 20 players by the end of the night. They will probably finish up slightly before that cash game ends. But we will keep you up to date on what's going on, because obviously we're going to switch back over to the final day and the final table, of course, which we anticipate will be late afternoon tomorrow, taking you to a finish whenever that happens to be. But yeah, so popular was the cash game action and so juicy that we just feel we have to go again.
1.8 to 3.6. بيجوا ولا بيجوا
كله بيجي.
We've got a question from well, it's Barry Carter in the chat.
Hi, Barry.
Did anyone threaten to torture a player's mother in the cash game?
No, there was plenty of banter, but it stopped short of threats of torture and all sorts of other horrendous things, unlike one of the competitor streams. Quite a wild story there. If you haven't heard that one, I'm sure it's doing the rounds today in Poker News. Wild stuff, actually. Kind of nasty.
Yeah, pretty nasty. I don't think it does much to promote the game. It's obviously a sensational story and people like talking about it, but it's not really the atmosphere you want to engender to get people in playing poker.
No, dare I say, this stream has a completely different atmosphere.
Yeah, I would say it's the polar opposite, yeah. Tobias asks, what did that actually happen? Yes, Tobias, if you go on Twitter, you'll find any amount of people talking about it and reposting the original clip.
Yeah, I was about to say not something you could repeat on air, but it actually took place on air. So
yeah, but we still won't be repeating it.
We won't be repeating it, though.
We definitely won't be repeating it.
Kravitz with the Johnnies gets the job done. Over pair on the 10-5-3. Christophoru, King Jack, just not enough hand there to continue. And Kravitz, okay, he went with the Queen 10 earlier on. Ambitious, some might say. Foolhardy, some might say, but worked out very well for him. And he's managed to get his stack back up around the 20 big blind mark and keep it there for best part of an hour now. This Queen 7 will be of no interest to him. As we fold around to the later positions, who all look down at some napkins. Doroshkov with the computer hand of his own. Happy to open things up here on the button. Very reasonable from that seat. And we'll just get the job done against Garios, who also had napkins, so that might be the worst distribution of cards I've seen dealt by a dealer in a long, long time.
Yeah. And again, Doroshkov, this has been very much his game plan. Just lots of small pots. Open pretty wide, but flying very much under the radar. Shout out to Barry Carter in the chat, who is not just my co-author of those 5 books that David mentioned, but also the newsman on our podcast, The Chip Race. It's fair to say Barry brings an austere dignity to the news segment. Ace Jack suited here. Sarkis, who despite his big stack really hasn't stepped out of line. He's playing very snug. And Doroshkov again has gone for a very wide 3-bet here. The 10-9 off.
Yeah, Sarkis attempted to make the highlights reel with that incredibly ambitious King-2 call right out of the gate. It might have been the first hand we saw of meaning. But since then has played very snug, as you said there, Dara. Chip back up, obviously got fortunate to win the Ace-6 versus 4's hand, but that was a pretty reasonable spot to take. And yeah, kind of player who looks like he's maybe a bit more active than he really is.
Yeah, and Doroshkov is probably the opposite. He looks less active than he actually is.
And in he comes here with a 10-9 3-bet to 200. Tricky spot now for Sarkis. Does he need to flat here and play his ace-jack out of position? Probably does.
Yeah, if you think Doroshkov's stepping out of line a lot, then you can probably just go with your hand and force a lot of folds pre-flop. But if you don't, then it's a perfectly good candidate to flat.
Yeah, I gotta say 40 bigs deep. I'm not loving the idea of lamping it in here, but I do know what you're saying there, Dara. Obviously, you're dealing against somebody who's
we saw
very capable.
Christophorus stick ace queen in a similar spot, and ace jack suited is kind of the same hand. But he actually lets it go. So yeah, he's really just playing very, very snug. Now we saw him also play the queens super cautiously. So
and he's getting so much credit every time he makes a move here. He really gets the opponent to.
If the other players pick up on the way Sarkis is playing, they'll probably start targeting for those types of moves.
Yeah, I'm not sure right now whether we are sticking with this group or switching feature tables. Certainly wouldn't mind staying with them. They've created a lot of entertainment, nice dynamics at this one. Down to 59 now. We've lost 2 or 3 players there in the space of about 5 minutes. Christophorou going to get things moving here with the ace-jack under the gun. Doroshkov probably going to flat the 7s here. This could bring in the blinds, which is no harm for a hand like 7s. You're essentially set mining. And 7-8 suited comes in behind here for Kadra. That's one of the 7s gone. Garios now on the button, maybe with the squeeze spot off a deeper stack. Stack was kind of awkward there to get involved.
Yeah.
Blinds look down at a whole lot of nothing there. So we do go 3 ways here. Kadra in position, his stack effective 340k, looking to do that thing we spoke about earlier, Dara. Just flop some equity and go with it. Well, he's flopped bottom pair with a good shot to the bad end. Christophorou has top pair, but Won't love the board texture here. And Doroshkov obviously under pair, and that good shot to the ignorant end won't be loving life either. Action has checked to Cadra though, who might take a little stab. No. Christoforou feeling much better about his ace-jack now, one presumes. But both Cadra and Doroshkov have improved somewhat to an open-ender.
Yeah.
They will be made to pay to see the river though. Christoforou coming with a 2/3 pop bet. Awkward here for both players, I would say.
Yeah, it's very awkward, yeah. More awkward for Koroshkov because he's not closing the action. But the thing is, you're open-ended, but the 10 also makes a straight for any queen, so
yeah,
not necessarily good.
Yeah, there's definitely an awkward one. You'd certainly be calling a smaller bet. You'd certainly be folding to a larger bet, and sort of priced it in that awkward zone.
Yeah, Cadra doesn't have a lot behind though, so this is half his stack basically.
Can he maybe think of going for it here and actually turning his hand into a sort of a semi-bluff? Because it did check through on the flop.
He shouldn't really get any folds, but it's a question of whether he thinks he has the equity or not now. Like, I mean, look at, he's got basically 340 behind. If he sticks in 340 and Christoforou calls off, the pot's going to be roughly 900. So he doesn't need much more than the equity he actually has, even if Christoforou never folds. So
yeah,
that's what makes the spot super tricky. He's just a ton of equity here, but it's so much of his stack.
Yeah, it's a maths puzzle, but when Cadra flats the 8-7 suitor from the cutoff there, he must know that he's going to be giving himself a maths puzzle of sorts.
Show me this one.
If he's to get involved on a later street.
You have king 10? King 10?
No.
What do you have?
7-8.
Only for you.
Thank you.
Because you 3-bet with 10-5 off before. And, I like the move.
Oh, clearly he's getting information.
Queen 10.
I was gonna push all in
10?
with king jack. Would you call?
No,
you would have folded.
He folded 3 flop.
I was gonna push all in with
I will call
king jack.
1 million with this.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, you know what? I'll wait.
I was 2 days short stack. While hero folds twice, he helped me to go in the money, and I will skew it with ace jack. I like the 10-5. I had king jack off, and I wanted to 4-bet, really. I felt something, almost do it. Seven, 8 there is difficult spot.
I don't know if I should call this one.
No, lean or fold, what color? I mean,
No, I can call.
maybe I have king, queen, king 10 and fold.
Okay, guys, so I'm getting word here of our next feature table, and I'm licking my lips at the prospect here. We've got some serious talent on show right now, and we've some serious talent about to take their seats as well.
Two for It's the sit after, no? Man.
You owe me one.
Yes. On this table. If
Next tournament.
because I will see you, yeah, next year. Next tournament.
Yeah, we are reaching the end of this session of play. We'll be taking a break and then, as David said, coming back with a new feature table.
Yeah, just maybe 5 minutes left on the clock here. We'll probably get in 1 or 2 more hands, I would guess.
هو رجع لك 200
الشاب كبه لا بدي ادفع لك
كبات ضده.
Hopefully we get a glance at the new feature table. I have a few names to read out here. If we don't, I'll keep you up to speed as soon as we get back. But One name standing out for me anyway.
Not really bad this time. They are telling me how much respect I have for you to fold my hand before.
هذا اللي حدك ما بينعرف له ساعة بكون عم يلعب منيح ساعة مش عم يلعب ما عرف
هذا ما بيضاين بس ما بحب
Good flop here for Sarkis.
How many level we play? 24?
I think yeah 4 more levels.
26, I think.
The S10 suitor's got
24
some
is gonna
backdoors
be
here.
Loads of backdoors, all the backdoors.
And can have the best hand as well, so Doroshkov's definitely going to have to continue here.
We have time.
Yeah, any 7,
Like
9,
are we gonna be
Jack,
on this
Queen.
table? I don't know.
Yeah.
Till the final
Heart.
we play today.
The Jack does turn
Maybe
some
they keep
equity
like
for
2
him.
tables or something.
Sarkis
like
has
that.
been playing very, very cautiously since that first hand we saw him involved in with the King Deuce. So, is he going to keep betting
When they
here,
reach the final table, then they'll
or is
stop.
he going to check? And he's gone for the check again, kind of consistent with the way he's been playing recently. Now, does Doroshkov want to turn his hand into a bluff, or he's got weird little bits of equity here. He's got a small amount of showdown, and he's got a pretty weak draw. But he's up against a player who does seem to be overfolding, so I'm not surprised to see him reaching for chips here to bet.
Yeah, not a particularly big size there, going for about 40%.
Yeah, that won't get the job done, obviously, against top pair. Even, as we said, Sarkis playing very, very cautiously.
Yeah.
But a big bet on the river would put him in the blender.
Yeah, now Queen, obviously the action card here on the river, should it come.
Another king, well, he's obviously going to feel a lot better about his hand now.
Well, if Doroshkov has the case king, he'll do the betting for you.
Yeah.
If he has a bluff, he may
he'll
well
also
do some
bet
betting
with him.
himself as
Yeah.
well. So every reason to maybe check this one over.
Yeah.
Looks like he is going to do his own dirty work, though, looking to...
Yeah, well, he might think that Doroshkov has maybe a jack, which he might check back now. So he doesn't. He's betting to try. He's targeting those hands rather than the bluffs. Doroshkov, very, very composed player. Probably take a little while to work out that this is probably a king. In the meanwhile, Leo Rourke has a question for you, David.
Oh.
How's the burn? I couldn't sleep last night because of your post.
I couldn't sleep last night because of the burn. So we were in the same boat, Leo.
Drink beer.
Well, I'm unsure of whether Doroshkov is considering a hero call here or a devilish move.
No, I don't think it was. I don't think he was ever thinking of hero calling there. I think he was maybe thinking, what can I get him to fold if I just shove?
Yeah.
But in the end, he decided to wait for a
نعمل لك ما بيفهم له.
better spot.
I'm going to stick my neck out, Dara. I know there are some hands that he can legitimately target there. Maybe some 2 pairs that got counterfeited that still have, you know, top 2 with the kicker or whatever. But I do prefer on balance the check, I got to say. I think I would have checked that one myself.
Yeah, particularly the way they've been playing recently as well, where Doroshkov has sort of been looking to push Sarkis around. If you are being bluffed a lot, then you should allow people to do that when you actually have it.
I didn't see. I mean, see if I see, I will say it.
Yeah, Tobias makes a similar point in the chat. Why on earth are you leading river after the check call turn in such an underbluff spot? Sarkos is 0 bluffs from this line. It'd be a really weird way to bluff, so...
Yeah.
Hands?
Cadra is going to stick it in here for 11 bigs. Ace Jack under the gun 1. Probably aware also that our blinds are about to go up to 20k, 40k. So he's got to make something happen. Well, he's got it through, so when those blinds do go up, he will have at least 10 bigs.
We'll stay here.
Это надо снимать, что ли, да, сейчас?
10 minutes break for these players. Looks like they are going to take it. We almost sneaked another hand in there, but not quite. In the final reckoning there, while Sarkis, 72 big blinds, 2.9 million, much where he started. I think he was maybe 3.1 million at the beginning. Shkulukia, 42 big blinds. He arrived to the table late, but sort of, shaped well, but maybe didn't get involved as often as we thought. Doroshkov impressed the most, Dara and I. He chipped up from about 800k up to about 1.5 million, slipped back with a couple of small pots there to 1.2. Very impressed by that guy, though, I got to say. I had it all prepared that it was going to be this Christoforou, Sarkis, Shkulukia. There's going to be 2 or 3 epic hands where they collide. Never really happened.
No, I do remember Doroshkov from my last trip here in commentary as well, and I was super impressed with him on that occasion too. He was actually playing a very short stack, as I remember back then, but he just picked his spots really, really well. We've seen him play a medium stack today and basically just sort of build it up gradually without any major risks, any huge moves. I think he thought about making a huge move there on the very last hand.
Yes, he did.
Thinking he could get some stuff to fold, but in the end, I think he decided he's not bluffing here. I'm not sure I can get him to fold those hands, so I'll just stick to the game plan. Just keep, no risk, just keep moving up.
Yeah, always a good way to go about your business in poker. Quick preview of the feature table that we're about to bring you. We didn't get some camera footage of those guys, but I do want to fixate on one particular name. Maxime Chilot will be there in the next frame, Dara, and well, he's a champion here at Merit. We've seen him make umpteen final tables here over the years, but one of the genuine beasts in the field. Looking forward to watching him play, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to watch Maxime play. Very familiar face around here.
I want you to. I know what he's implying here, guys. He's got a little story about Maxime before we go. Tell it, Dara, quickly.
Yeah, on our previous time commentating here, I was obviously very tired at the end of the night. I went, to the bathroom, and then I went back upstairs. Saw David sitting in the lobby, so I sat down beside him, talking to a French guy that we both knew. And I was chatting away, and then I realized after a while, why is David not talking to me? It's very weird. He normally doesn't let me get a word in edgeways, and I realized it wasn't actually David, it was Maxine, who from the side kind of does look a bit like David, similar shape, beard, same color of hair.
This is a man who knows me for 12 years now. I love a looky-likey, so I want you to get in the chat box and tell me when we come back for this next frame.
He's much better looking than David, I have to say.
Well, obviously he's better looking, but I just don't think there's that much similarity. Anyway, we'll be back in probably about 30 seconds now because we've eaten into all the break. See you soon, guys. As we watch what not anticipating to be too much bloodshed in this hand. Dara, talk to me a little bit about this resort, because we spoke off camera just before coming on about, I guess, how a poker trip to Karinia is quite different from other poker trips in that it's a sort of an experience.
Yeah, it's an all-inclusive resort in a wonderful sunny seaside resort, basically.
Huh?
So you feel you're basically living in luxury while you're here. Everything is included. The food is actually very good. I have been to other all-inclusive resorts in places like Punta Cana, and everything just wasn't great. The food wasn't great. The drink wasn't great. That's completely not true
Your
here.
call was nice because maybe I will
The food
deal
is
with
top
this
quality.
Jaguar Queen.
You've got all the best alcohol
And,
if that's your
if I
thing as
have a
well.
chance, we are
And
very
there's lots
good
of great
to-
activities as well. And just
Yeah, you played it very
it's
well.
just an amazing holiday
I was gonna-
experience.
I was
It's
gonna-
almost a
might
shame
check
you
it
have to
on the
play
flop,
poker.
but then I'm like, I'd rather see where I'm at. Because there's 2 spades, so.
Well, speaking of poker, we actually managed to find a board texture that could draw some blood here, contrary to my assumption pre.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom pair shouldn't be wanting to put too much money in here, but
Yeah, it does seem to have waved the white flag here. Doroshkov obviously loving how this
you see this flush, but it's kind of
is
hard
developed.
to get paid now.
I will put my
I guess you just have to target a 9 basically and ask what will a 9 pay me now?
125.
You kind of go from hoping I'm not up against a 9 on the flop to hoping I'm up against at least a 9. So he has gone for a small size here, just trying to milk a 9.
Yeah, and Sarkis will be thinking about the possibility that his opponent has something like 10 jack with the spade. That's the only really kind of hand category that he beats, maybe 6-8 with a spade.
Yeah, he's drawing to improve, not knowing obviously that he's dead, but he's also drawing to a check on the river and maybe hoping that his opponent has a 1 spade hand or a jack 10 that gives up. But that's a little bit ambitious out of position because you'd expect your opponent to fire with all those misdraws on the river.
Yeah, so Doroshkov now with maybe every reason to go for the jugular, could go for a full pot size shove here. He sized it up for this on the turn.
Yeah, you kind of have to set your target here. What do you want the guy to have and what do you think he'll call? You can obviously represent a lot of misdraws here. Those 1 spade hands and jack 10s that we talked about. Maybe something like 10-8 or 8-6 actually gets there on the river, but a lot of other misdraws.
Do you think there's another size other than all in here?
I think there is, yeah. I think you can decide, actually my opponent's range is very weak, and I'll just try and milk that.
Doing a reasonable job of acting weak, it must be
He
said.
has gone all in, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those situations where, like, sometimes players make small bets which they think will get called more often, but generally in these spots the EV of the all-in is actually the most, because let's say the all-in only gets called 25% of the time. Well, that's still going to make you more than, say, a bet for less than half all-in, which is getting called half the time. And then the bigger the size, the more you get to bluff as well, so...
This would be inadvisable heroics. Obviously, we mentioned how there were plenty of combo draws on this turn card in particular.
He's
well, one of the hands has got there, like 6-8's got there as well.
6-8's have got there, yeah. But he's unblocking absolutely everything. Like he doesn't have an 8 or a 10 or a jack or a spade.
535.
So he is actually unblocking every single misdraw, but this would be very, very stationary, I think, were he to call off here.
Yeah, one thing you always say to me, Dara, is just think about what better calls you have.
Yeah, so many better calls here.
I can only think that you have jack 10.
He's actually saying he thinks he has jack 10, which is one of the few hands he would beat, but yeah, like it wouldn't be the worst call in the world, because as I said, like we are beating all of those misdraws, and there are a lot of them, and we're also unblocking them. So, like in some ways, this would be a better call than say 10-9 with a spade.
Wow, he just made the call, Dara. Heroics.
He does. is, yeah.
But
great use for Doroshkov. He got paid the absolute maximum there.
What did he show?
He did make his hand look like a bluff too, as you said, by the river shove.
Well, the table very curious about the King Deuce hand and wanted to know what it was. Obviously, that sets down something of a don't try and bluff me.
I fold.
2 folds.
Fold, wait. Fold, please fold.
3.
Huh?
Wow.
4. Ah.
I thought the gallows humor had to come from the guy who was being hung.
He will lose.
Feels like he's being...
Yeah, so the King 10 has opened. It's showing on screen as a 3-bet, but it's an open because it's the big blind who is all in for 25k. Interesting spot for Garrios here.
Yeah, I certainly like a 3-bet in this spot. I think flatting probably is fine too. You can realise pretty easily.
Either one is fine. It's a little bit different because the big blind being so short. It's one of those spots where because you don't have to worry about the big blind behind waking up with a hand, and you get to 3-bet a little bit wider. So that's what he's going for here, and that should clear out Doroshkov. Offsuit king, not really a hand that you want to defend with in this spot.
Ace Jack.
Mikhail gets the good news that he's got live cards here, 34%.
Yeah.
Just playing for his ante though.
He's
just give him the
25,
25,
yeah, that's the problem he
Give him
has.
his ante.
Yeah, you see, flip.
Yalla, inshallah, ya Rab.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows, yes.
9 is good.
You see?
9 is good.
Yeah.
Nice.
9 of
Nice.
diamond. 9 of diamond.
Another 9 or another king.
9 of
King
diamond.
is good.
Good.
I think it's 9 of diamond.
King is good.
5 outs twice,
King is good.
5 outs
King
once.
is good. Thank you.
Good luck.
We say goodbye to Mikhail, who maximised his time at this TV table.
Yeah, he could have stalled a bit more, maybe. I guess if he wanted to maximize it even more. But
Miss Anna will help you.
Nazir playing 100 bigs here. It's going to open things up under the gun. Action over to Cravats, who we played the look-alike game, Dara. I'm just wondering who you think I'm thinking of right now. It's not exactly like him, but he just has that expressive face. Imagine him without a beard.
without a beard. I was actually going to say.
3,700.
Good luck.
Who playing the character? Is it Nacho from Better Call Saul / Breaking Bad?
That is so funny because I was going with a different character from that show.
Wow. With no beard.
I was going with Mike Ehrmantraut.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking.
Well, we've
Yeah,
got the
we're looking
cast.
at different
We've got the
players.
cast of Breaking Bad
We are
here.
looking at, yeah, we have. Yeah,
You're
we have
right,
two
there is a
Breaking
touch
Bad
of
guy
Nacho.
right beside it. It's Nacho
Ace is a
beside
split,
Mike
ace
Ehrmantraut.
is-
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can definitely see Mike Ehrmantraut.
Then you win.
For sure.
Ace you split, but then you win.
10 on the river. Crevette survives.
720.
1,720.
Yeah, and given the relation of those characters in Breaking Bad, it's quite interesting.
You can حاطيني.
Now playing over 20 big blinds. Crevettes gets to open things up here
Yeah.
with the ace king. He's bumped it up to 60k, 2.4x.
Yeah, he's obviously going with his hand if he faces any aggression, but he wants to induce weaker hands in, weaker aces and kings. Queen 10 suited. He's very short, but with the dead money, the blinds in there,
مرتين.
Most probably, yeah. He checked the flop.
even though he's always getting called here,
عملت نفس الشيء.
getting a decent price.
Ace. Ace is enough.
This is good.
Ace is good.
Hints.
Ace.
Certainly thinking about this one.
This is good.
Ace Jack.
No, as Jack, probably I check all.
Yeah, with these shorter stacks, obviously it's easier to realize your equity. You can
Right
kind of
combo.
go with
Yeah.
decent amount of.
So he decides to just call. So he's
Flops.
basically trying to flop equity here and just
Too high.
go with it.
Queen 10 of clubs.
The pot is 205. he hasn't got less than that behind. He hasn't really flopped equity. He's flopped backdoors, but that's probably not enough.
He never
Particularly
blocked
three-way.
after bet 10. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting to see if Cravettes will continuation bet on this Jack 4-4 texture here. If he doesn't, does open the door for Pankoff to get a second bite of the cherry here.
Yeah.
Might pick up some equity on the turn.
Yeah, a tiny bet here would make a lot of sense. Just fold out the types of hands that we're up against that have missed but have a decent amount of equity. But he has decided to just check and see what happens.
Gooder now for Pankoff. Also a gooder for Sarkis.
Yeah.
Not a bad spot here maybe for Pankoff to fire out a small bet of his own. I know he's very short, but you know, nobody has shown interest in this Jack 4-4 and the 8s. Maybe a kind of card that could be in Sarkis' range, but unlikely to be in Cravettes'.
Here. This might get the job done over 2 streets or even 1 street. I think. Yeah, actually, Kravitz looks like he's happy maybe to let this one go. He doesn't have a spade as well, so.
My daughter is happy.
Yeah, he just let it go. So
yeah, very nice execution there by Pankoff.
You can see it.
Doroshkov getting in the mix here with the baby suited ace.
I'll bring this down.
Nice one for board coverage, these hands there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, already I thought everything is.
They're 3 times rarer than the offsuit aces, so you can pretty much open them all and you cover a lot of boards. And in addition to the boards where you hit those specific cards, you can also flop draws, flush draws.
Well, look at here, Kadra stepping out a little bit, maybe feeling like Doroshkov's opening pretty wide. Decides he's going to bump things up here to 165 with the very raggedy 10-5.
10-5 off is a remarkable hand to choose to do this with. Puts Christopher in an interesting spot because he could have just called the open, but now he's in a murky spot now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there should be too many raise folds off Kadra's stack here, even though there absolutely is this time.
Big blinds as well. This is definitely an unorthodox play from Kadra using this particular hand to make this 3-bet. I mean, the problem is Christopher might just decide, you know, it's only 20 big blinds and King Jack is going to have equity anyway, and the opener is too wide. There's already 280k out there. Christopher has 1.2 million behind, so that 280 represents a decent chunk of his stack. It's a tricky spot for him now, but he's giving a lot of consideration.
Yeah, unless you have a very particular read on Kadra as somebody who's capable of making a move like this off a 22, 23 big blind stack, feels like an instant muck in my book. But he gave it lots of thought there, as you said there. Obviously,
I think for players like us, it is an instant muck. But for somebody like Christopher, he's quite happy to take flips and gambles and try and run up a stack. And so again, Kravitz finds a very playable hand here off a short stack. He did lose the last time with the Ace King. He could have thought maybe about shoving this time.
A very warm welcome back to the Merrick Crystal Cove Hotel. That's a picture from earlier on today. The sun has set here in North Cyprus. Beautiful scenic place though. You can see those verandas that they've built over the last few months there. People enjoying the sunshine. But here we have the feature table for our all-important phase of the tournament, really, kind of 50 down to 35 or so, which will be what will happen over the next while. I'm David Lappin, I'm here with Dara O'Carney. We're going to take you through this frame before switching it up to a cash game. As you can see there, Kanakalopoulos, 87 big blinds, 3.5 million. He is top of the charts, but the players we are fixated on for this one, Dara and I just talking about it off camera, Julien Laurie and Maxime Chilot, 2 very, very talented French players, Dara.
Julien Laurie, I think, is he's a player we both know very well. We played quite a bit with him. I actually played with him maybe a month ago in Vegas at WSOP event. Super controls, very good technical player. And Maxim's kind of in the same, very much in the same camp. Obviously has done really well here, so this has been a happy hunting ground for him. So it'll be interesting to watch these two very talented Frenchmen in play.
Yeah, I for one am very excited by the prospect of this next 2 hours. Big fan of how Maxime Chilot plays. Obviously, he's had something of a purple patch. This has been a very happy hunting ground here in Kyrenia for Maxime. 1.1 million in earnings. I think way over half of that in this poker room. He, of course, won the Vintage Series high roller event here about a year ago for 184k, but topped that result there at the last series here, main event here. Carmen, 376k for the win there.
Yeah, great result for him. Meanwhile, Kochenko has opened the ace-10 off under the gun, playing just 14.5 bigs. As you get shallower, you're actually more incentivized to open these types of hands, because stealing the blinds is huge for you, and you have to worry less about implied odds when you're relatively shallow.
Kakir here with a very defendable 7-4 suited. Kakir, a player who plays exclusively at merit events. If you look through his Hendon mob, it's just tournaments here, and I know he's a regular in the cash games as well. Decides to let that one go. Other players here at the table. Nariman Yagme, very familiar face again on stream. Some of these guys just show up time and time again, making deep runs. He's a Persian player. He's had his victories in 2015 and 2016 in the 5k and the 10k MSOP events here for whopping paydays. You mentioned there Maxime Chilot and Julian Laurie. Well, Julian, of course, familiar, I'm sure, to most of you guys who tune into these ones too. He finished 4th in the Carmen warm-up event, so this equivalent event at that series. And very well he played, it must be said. Did one of those expert pro things of getting to the final table in a very good chip position, but really being card dead, really not forcing the action as a result, and ended up doing very well to ladder to 4th. It was one of those ones where just card distribution meant that it wasn't going to be his day, but he still made sure to get those important ladders.
Yeah, there are a lot of advantages to hitting the final table as chip leader. One of them is you can maybe sometimes push players around more, but another one is that you can weather that sort of card death period a lot more than if you're short stacked. And I think players are well aware of the first advantage, but probably don't focus enough on what the second advantage can be. It can be very frustrating, and when you are card dead. I sometimes get asked by students to prepare them for big final tables, and that's one of the things I always prepare them for if they are chip leader. Like, just prepare yourself mentally for what would happen if you're card dead, and you need to keep your discipline, not force the issue, not get frustrated, not go for rash moves just because you're short on hands.
Well, I want to pick up on something there, Dara, because I think it's probably a quality that we've spoken about and its importance down the years, and probably runs counter to the culture of the time, which is very fixated on positive mental attitude, positive thinking. Imagine the best scenario. Imagine yourself with the trophy at the end. How are you going to get there? Visualization. Well, actually, maybe visualization does come into it, what we're going to say a little bit now, but we actually have quite an opposite opinion, and we've often touted segments on the show or just general advice we've espoused as well that would sort of suggest that maybe you want to go a different route.
Yeah, like my attitude on that stuff always is, you know, people talk about positive mental attitude and imagine yourself winning the tournament and so on. But if, like, even if it works out like that, like, you're not going to be faced with any real challenges. When everything's going well at the table, it's very easy to play well. So you kind of really what you want to do is make sure that you don't lose your mind when things are not going so well.
Well, speaking of playing well, Kirichenko, I really love this flat with the aces here in the small blind. He's playing just 17 bigs. Loire has opened the king-9 off in the cut-off, and he just flatted it there. The perfect hand to put into your trapping range here. Serves a couple of functions. One, it traps your opponent, but, you know, can bring in a squeeze, can bring in a third player who may pay you off on certain board textures. But also the kind of hand you need actually to balance out, so you can make some flats too with some more speculative offerings. In this spot now, Loire flop nothing. He's going to knuckle back, so it checks through. We're going to see a turn card. Doesn't mean we're not going to get some action in this one. I think Kirichenko has every reason to continue his trappy story here. No reason to fire a bet. I think he wants to maybe keep that story going. His hand is either miles ahead or miles behind. Yes, there is a possible heart draw now, but he has the ace of hearts in his hand as well. Love that he's checked it again. You know, it may end up that he makes no more chips than he would have done a different way in this hand, but he's given himself every chance. He's giving his opponents a bit of rope with which to hang themselves. Loire may take a stab here now that it's checked through to him twice. Oh, and that's what's going to happen. This bet almost works as an equity denier for Loire. He'll get some Queen X, Jack X, 10X to fold that have some decent equity. He'll also be able to maybe get a stronger king to fold sometimes. So he's going to finally spring the trap now, raise it up here, and obviously on this occasion his opponents have nothing. But I really like how he played those aces, Dara.
Yeah. It's very important to, as you said, to have some traps in your range there, and aces is the perfect hand to do it with. Leo O'Rourke in the chat says, since you're talking about lookalikes, Kirichenko reminds me of the actor Tomer Capone, Frenchie from the series The Boys. I have to say I'm not familiar with that series. And shout out to Asif in the chat as well.
Welcome to the stream, guys. You will enjoy settling in with us for another couple of hours of tournament action before we switch things up to the high stakes cash game madness again. We had a lot of dynamics, particularly at the very end of last night. Those guys would have gone off and played some more poker after they left the feature table. One wonders how much more blood was spilled and what kind of game we might have in store for later on. In the meantime, Taheri here opening things up with the 10-9 suited. He's playing a 20 big blind stack. Dara, interested to know your thoughts on this one. Certainly you want to stay involved with the Queen Jacks, Queen 10 suited of this world. Yeah. Is 10-9 just a little bit too light, or is it okay?
I think it's probably just a little bit too light. Well, I mean, it always depends on how the table is playing, and if you're not getting 3-bet, it can be okay. But if you are getting 3-bet, you kind of what happens is you open more high card hands. So, you know, maybe if like Queen Jack's the bottom of the range, Queen 10 becomes bottom of the range. If Ace 8 is bottom of range, you start opening Ace 7 and Ace 5 maybe as well. But this type of hand just loses a lot of value as you get shallower.
Yeah, well, he's got the monotone Jack 8 deuce hearts, so opportunity to fire out a c-bet here with the open ender. No heart in his hand. But he is going to meet the resistance here from Kanakalopoulos with the 10-7 gutter and reasonably okay flush draw, which has come in now on the 3 of hearts river. Looks like Terry's going to represent the big heart to the tune of 220. Gets a quick call from Kanakalopoulos. Will have to muck his hand here 10 high. And Kanakalopoulos may choose to show, doesn't have to. But a nice pick up there. So right bottom of picture there, Maxime Chilot, apparently a David Laffin lookalike. I don't see it, frankly.
Well, you have to be from the side, and it has to be about 4 a.m. After a very long day in the booth.
And he has to be holding a gin and tonic.
Yeah. I mean, the gin and tonic's completely sold it. It was like, who else drinks gin and tonic at 4 a.m.? And you probably have to be suffering from my creeping face blindness as well, which unfortunately afflicted my dad around my age, and I'm pretty sure it's happening to me as well.
Well, 2 real hands here. Jagme under the gun, ace queen. Going to open things up. Laurie with the 10s, middle position. This guy's playing relatively deep here, 45, 50 bigs effective. Actually, Jagme playing just sub 40. Does elect a flat here, Laurie. And that will almost certainly bring in Skribic, who could go either way here, Darragh. It's actually a pretty reasonable squeeze shove spot for him now with exactly 14 bigs.
Yeah, this is the kind of hand that against one player you could very well flat, but against 2 players you're much more incentivized to just stick it in. There's more money there. In fact, you can kind of shove like super wide a lot of aces here, because the small blind, or sorry, there's just more dead money in there essentially. Like, it's the first player you really have to worry about, but he has to worry about the second player, which is the whole power of the squeeze, let's say.
Yeah, I was going to hone in on exactly that here, Darragh, which is the fact that when these kind of larger stacks get involved in hands and a short stack peskily shoves in their 15 bigs, they do get a lot more advantages because those guys are worrying about each other.
Yeah, you're essentially stealing fold equity from the bigger stacks because they have to play against each other. So like ace queen's in a horrible spot here now. If he was closing the action, he could call off, but he has to worry about the 10s. And then usually the second player does have the type of hand that Laurie has, a pocket pair, which actually ace jack is doing fine against. So with the dead money, once in the blue moon, maybe both players fold.
Well, in this spot here, Jagme obviously has the hand that Skribic would not like to go up against most, and he can't really flat and fold. There is not really that option for him, so he has to just decide whether he's going to shove and try and gobble up all this dead money and this spot himself. And of course, Laurie has exactly the kind of hand that's a little bit awkward. If he was sitting there with queens, he'd happily snap this one off. Jacks maybe the same. 10s is very cuspy. He knows Jagme maybe isolating with a hand like 8s or 9s here sometimes.
Yeah, it's a pretty tricky spot now. He's got to worry about all the bigger pairs.
This is a very big moment in the tournament for Jagme and Laurie here,
Yeah.
what he decides. This is so borderline. Literally with 8s, 9s, you're going to toss it away pretty happily.
8, 9s, yeah.
Queens, jacks, you're probably going to get it in pretty happily. This is literally the toughest hand.
Yeah, this is the toughest hand. This is kind of best case scenario for him as well. You can see he's actually got 45% equity in a 3-way pot, which is pretty amazing. But you can be up against a bigger pair. And he has let it go. I don't blame him at all for that decision. He's going to be pretty sick when he sees the 2 hands, but
yeah,
it's not such a good spot now for Cyprus. He obviously would have preferred to go up against the 10s. Yeah, very stoical face there of already giving nothing away.
feeling better about it now.
Yeah. Interestingly, Skirbish now has more outs because he has 4 10s working for him rather than just 3 jacks. But he needs to find one of them.
And he's unaware that 2 of them were in the hand of Laurie.
Yeah, yeah, unfortunately. That's going to be the end for Skirbish. Good spot, but unfortunately he ran into a dominating hand.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we take that spot all day long in the Skirbich's seas. Just unlucky to firstly be up against a hand that was high up in the range of Jagme, and secondly sort of get called by the one you want to go up against and foul out the other, although he would have lost either way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge part of the luck in tournaments. Sometimes you're in great shape against one hand and in terrible shape against the other hand, and you want to go against the hand you're in good shape against, obviously. Asif says, I just folded 10s. That doesn't surprise me, Asif.
I thought Asif would my fold queens there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Save 80.
And I think maybe let's smush them together. Let's put the Galax together here. Shiloh and Laurie. It's sort of error-free poker. It's nothing flashy poker, and I think they probably rate themselves to be better than most of the guys out there, and they want to sort of get their chips in better spots. So they're probably going to edge pass in certain situations. I'm not saying that 10s was an edge pass. I think it was really borderline. It was really tough. It was close. Could understand them going either way on it, frankly. But I think in those spots, you're just always going to side with the fold and keep your tournament life there going. You've got a very healthy stack, and there's probably softer chips out there to win.
Yeah, I think that's very much part of both those two French players' game.
So I'm conscious we did sort of cut it off there when the pocket aces were dealt, but I want to talk a little bit more about that sort of negative mental mindset, if you like, and how you would encourage students, and you would sort of drum into yourself, go through the times when things go wrong, go through what happens if I lose half my stack, and how do I approach those situations, because in a way when things go very well, then the wind's at your back and you're probably having that sort of positive thing of executing well when you see a spot. It's when things don't go well that maybe the execution errors creep in.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Like, you don't really have to prepare for good things to happen, because you'll feel fine if they do, and it's not like visualizing winning a flip is going to help you win the flip. But you kind of want to be mentally prepared for all the things that can go wrong. You know, a period of card death, you take a bad beat early on the final table, you lose a flip early on the final table, etc., etc. I remember reading a piece on this right at the start of my career, or near the start of my career, by Jared Tender, called "The Power of Pessimism," which basically made that point, and that kind of really rung true with me. It's something in my running career my coach used to prepare me for as well. He used to say, like, imagine that the weather's terrible on the day. Imagine you can't get the food that you want. Imagine that, all the things that can go wrong, basically, and how are you going to react to those.
Telefonu kullanamıyoruz da o yüzden.
Shiloh here, 3-bet by Nakalopoulos. Likely to let this one go, I feel.
Yeah. Asif says he wants to go to
Oh
Cyprus.
no, look at this. Shilo deciding maybe because Kanakopoulos, pretty loose player here, big stack. Feels as though he actually could be in pretty good shape against the range here. Oh, and this is a huge problem for Maxime. This could be a bit of a disaster, frankly.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like a very good flop for ace 10.
I think the way Kanakopoulos plays and the reputation that he has, if he goes 3 streets and the board doesn't come out scary in some way, let's say a spade doesn't come or big overcards, ace or king don't come, I feel as though Shilo will just buckle up here and press the call button 3 times.
Yeah, yeah, it depends on the run out, but this could get costly for him for sure. Not really any reason to raise here, I don't think. So
no,
he's just going to play the check call game.
And he sized it at half pot here, Dara. I thought he might go a little smaller, frankly, but that seems also okay.
Yeah, normally on paired boards you tend to use smaller sizings because it's just harder for anybody to have hit, and you're in very bad shape against the tippy top of the range, the trips plus. But this has given Shilo something to think about.
Given the larger sizing, Dara, do you feel as though maybe Maxime may consider the shove now? Because there's more in there and there's a reason to protect? Or do you just hit the call button?
Yeah, it really depends on what you think the larger sizing range might be. Like, for example, if you think it's a worse 10 a lot, then you might as well just call and let him barrel away. But if you think he's putting stuff like flush draws into there, then you might want to deny equity to those hands. Fear I saw WMD asks, are they in the money? Yes, they are. And so he has gone for the raise here. That's
so maybe just feeling like he can induce a very loose play from Kanakopoulos to just go for it.
Maybe get a pair in, or a worse pair, or a flush draw. Yeah, he's put in almost half his stack now, so I think we could be seeing the end of Shio here, who we have been looking forward to. This is the player I once mistook for David Lappin in the lobby. So obviously he's much better looking than David Lappin, but
sitting right here.
Yeah. Yeah, he has gone all in.
It goes.
The call, yeah, I mean,
gets the bad news.
He still has outs, obviously. He can hit an ace or a 10. So he still has 20% equity. But he's going to have to find one of those 5 outs, or we'll be losing the impressive Frenchman. And now he's got only 1 card to go. And no help there.
Good game.
We lose Maxime Shio.
Yes, in 54th place. He's going to take away just north of 5k, I believe.
Yeah.
Disappointing finish. He will have been hoping for an awful lot more here coming to the feature table with an average stack. I guess he made his bed somewhat with the pre-flop call with the ace-10. We did speculate whether that was a pretty close one. It was cuspy. He could have let it go. And obviously, had he done so, he would have avoided the cooler flop.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those, the stack depth kind of just dictated it. Once he hit top pair on that board, there was no escaping. Leo Rourke says, I think it's great that the dealers and staff are embracing the retro team. Yeah, this is very much a feature of the series here, that when they have the different themes, the staff dress up. The last one I was at was the Western, so they were all walking around as cowboys and cowgirls.
Also got to say, and this is a bugbear of mine when the dealing is bad anywhere in the world, dealers are top class here. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, that's for sure. Shout out to Aidan Quinn in the chat too. He says, evening gents.
Delighted to have you on board now, Aidan. Tell your friends.
And David, you're getting some support from Asif in the chat. He says that you look better than Maxine.
Well, I take it back that I called you Big Nit or implied that you were now a thief. I apologise for that.
His exact comment is he's one of the very few that David Lappin looks better than.
Oh, he gives with one hand, takes away with the other.
Same physique.
Yeah, I was bragging to Dara that I'd lost a bit of weight post World Series of Poker, but it was almost certainly COVID.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty certain you had COVID in Vegas. You were very, very sick, and you were doing that thing of like feeling great one day, feeling terrible the next day for a while. And these days you know about 7 words, so I'm pretty sure you have long COVID as well.
Now, before anyone starts writing in, I did do a COVID test, and I didn't have COVID when I did the COVID test, but I did continue to be a bit unwell for a couple of days after, and I did wonder whether the COVID test had picked it up or... do you know what? Poker rooms, sometimes there's a few bugs going around them. That's World Series, people do that. Sure. Probably just some other flu.
That's for sure.
Anyway, enough talk about sickness. Stop talking about my long COVID.
Yeah.
Whatever your name is. We'll have here Flanning the 7-8 suited out of the small here. Hoping to get this one to showdown now with his bottom pair. Gutter. Pretty atrocious looking board for Kanakopoulos to be looking down at here. It's hard to find 2 cards that could possibly be further away from the cards that have arrived. Do you remember In-Betweenies, Dara? I used to play In-Betweenies as a kid. Seems like a good run out for In-Betweenies. When you got the ace deuce, you got very excited and said pot.
Yeah.
Cack here now with the real holding under the gun. Certainly on the snug side, but he's going to get involved with this one.
Yeah. Playing roughly 18 bigs.
As we tick over to 50 players left.
Oh, and he's run into aces behind. Look at this. I was just about to say that, like, with the 18 bigs, you're obviously looking to double up, but 10s under the gun is not really the dream. So a quick raise there by Dakilic.
Action folds around to Laurie now, who won't be interested in this king 9. Kakir, it's a gross spot now. He's obviously hoping this to induce, but can't be feeling great. Can't feel like there's too much fold equity.
No. No, it's one of those spots where you have too much chips to shove, and you're not loving having to four bet shove, but your hand is super strong here. When you factor in all the ace kings, ace queens, those types of hands.
Yeah, I mentioned he was on the snug side. Notwithstanding, this would be an amazing fold in this context if he does manage to find it. I don't anticipate that to be what happens. I will tip my cap to him if it is. He does a little bit of accounting.
A lot of thought.
Yeah, and credit to him for that. I think recognizing maybe the dynamics, also recognizing, and this is kind of an interesting factor too, Dara, is that he probably is aware that in the eyes of these guys, he is quite tight.
Yeah.
So his open from under the gun off 18 bigs is probably a pretty tight range.
Yeah.
So if someone wants to 3-bet me here, they're probably
yeah, all of that is true, but it's still difficult to imagine that people are not going to 3-bet ace king, maybe ace queen as well. So
absolutely.
And there's just so many combinations of those compared to aces. There's only 6 ways to get to.
Wow, and he does find the fold.
Wow, incredible, yeah.
Well, I said I would doff my cap. I'm not wearing a cap, but I will virtually do so. Sometimes it's good to be in it.
Sometimes it's good to be in it, yep. Hung out a good bit in Vegas this year with Andy Black, and Andy was all about in these spots, just sit, take your time and see how it feels. Imagine that you've made the shove and how are you going to feel? And or imagine you folded and how are you going to feel about it? Are you going to feel like a
I have seen Andy Black take way too many 0.03 second decisions for this to be real.
I mean, there's always a difference between the way people plan to play and the way they actually play in practice. But, yeah. But yeah, that was a big fold. Correct on this occasion.
That's the play of the day for me. You know, often, you know, when we look at sort of the incredible plays, the above the rim plays, they are the non-GTO ones, they are the non-standard ones, the ones that sort of go heavily into the exploitative category, and they sort of stand out as the impressive ones there. For me, to give full credit, I feel like there was a dynamical thing there where he just recognized that he was on the tight side, recognized that his opponent, yes, could have the ace-king, maybe even the ace-queen suited, something like that, but actually probably a lot of better hands would be in there, and maybe 8s and 9s wouldn't.
Yeah.
How much is it?
Asif says he hopes we're enjoying the halal food, no bacon. And Andy Black also doesn't take much time downing cocktails. That's true as well.
Taheri all in here for 270k, just 7 bigs. Up against the ace-8 of Lahav, who is going to try and take him out.
Unfortunately for him, Lahav hits the 8. Going to have to find another king or a queen, or a jack works for him now as well.
9 outs once. Can Taheri survive? He can!
There it is, it's the jack. He did it the dirty way.
Confident nod of the head there from Taheri, like he knew what was going to happen. He'd visualized it too, Dar.
Yeah.
He knew how it was going to feel when it came runner-runner.
While he was wearing dark sunglasses.
PSA to anyone tuning into the stream late in the day now. I am David Lappin. I am sitting beside Darrow Kearney, as I often do find myself in life, be it on planes or in hotel rooms or over coffee or in commentary booths or in podcast booths. Dara and I.
Okay, let's leave it there.
Yeah, that's as much as I'm going to disclose.
That's as many places we don't need to mention the saunas and the stuff that you normally bring up.
Dara and I are taking you through the Merit Retro Series warm-up day 3 coverage, but we are going to take a break from this coverage at around 10 p.m. local time to cut across to what is becoming an engrossing and enthralling cash game, continuous cash game affair. They're taking some breaks, but a lot of the same people are jumping into this 100, 200 with the 200 ante lineup. They're straddling, they're playing props. There's a very sort of festival atmosphere at the table, and yeah, we just couldn't resist bringing those guys back on stage for 3 or 4 hours later on this evening. Please do join us for that. If cash game is your thing, then that will kick off in about 2 hours time. If it's not your thing, then tune in anyway, because we're going to turn it into your thing.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun yesterday. Like legit, genuine high stakes cash game. We saw some really, really big pots. One right at the end of the night, which I believe was a 100k pot, and some real characters and some well-known players as well. Paul New, obviously known all around the world. We had Albert Dyer as well. We had Hans, and then they were also playing the stand-up game without standing up. They found a way to do that, which actually added a huge dimension to it as well. So those guys want to come back, I think, tonight, and we're looking forward to commentating on them as this pot between Lurie and Kirichenko continues. Lurie has raised the button, and Kirichenko has actually 3-bet his pretty junky hand, which is fine. Like, you are going to be 3-betting very strong hands, and you want to balance it with some junk that doesn't play great as a flat, but has a blocker. That's, I think, what they're thinking here is he hasn't committed himself, but Lurie's going to be all in here, and that'll be the end of the hand. Unlucky, he was actually blocking the hand that Lurie had as well, but Lurie still had it.
Damn blockers.
Yeah. Barney Boatman has this rant about how they're not really blockers, they're just like mild impediments.
I love that. When are they going to put Barney in the Hall of Fame? It's bloody Hall of Fame in America. No Europeans in there at all.
No,
they need to get Barney.
They might as well call it the American Hall of Fame at this stage.
They may as well call it the Vegas Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Anyway, rant over.
Rant over, but yeah, put Barney Boatman in the Hall of Fame, or we're going to be very angry.
There's definitely a few candidates, but I'm not sure I can think of any better. Let's call them veterans from Europe, who more deserve.
I think
to
John
be
Duddy as
in the
well,
mix.
given not just his play but his role of revolutionising and popularising poker, starting the EPT, etc., etc.
That's a good point.
Obviously, he's dead now, but Devilfish was always in the conversation as well.
Well, Laurie and his pocket aces entering the conversation here from the cutoff.
With the aces, and having just opened the previous hand as well, and Kanakapoulos has the kind of blocker hand as well that you might sometimes turn into a 3-bet.
He's also got 6.1 million chips right now.
Yeah.
Which, dare I say, are FU chips.
He definitely gets the flat here as well. They both miss.
Yeah, it's a big whiff for Kanakapoulos.
Yeah. It's quite a draw-heavy board, so there's a lot of stuff that can pay you off here, apart from all the cards on the board that can be pairs. There's flush draws, straight draws, etc. So Lurie has a lot of hands he can target here for value. So he throws out a small bet.
Nice little passage of play by a man we were very keen to highlight at the top of the frame, Julien Lurie.
Asas vardı abi, ne olacak ki? Televizyonda göreceğiz.
The YouTube chat, Giorgio Greenband man says, "Won't be long until you pair have something else to rant over." Yeah, that's a reasonable read. Have a great time, lads, from Edinburgh. Edinburgh's one of my favourite stops back in the day.
Oh, fabulous city, one of the best. I remember cracking my skull on the ice, and you and Jason Tompkins pissing yourself laughing.
That was one of the highlights of my.
Is that why you like that
my
city
last
so much?
20 years? Yeah. You looked so undignified as you just down went.
It was a proper pratfall.
Yeah.
Is that what's become of our commentary there? Just two old men reminiscing about things that they did 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Remember when we were there, Dara?
Remember when we were there in Edinburgh and we went to that place with Rob O'Connor
Oh yeah, the photo Travis. Look, we are really good. This is becoming story time now.
Yeah.
Back to the action.
Sorry, back to the
Kakir
action,
is
sorry.
just
Yeah.
ace-8 of spades.
All in for that much. 14 big blinds.
Thank goodness there was an all-in, or that we were in danger of this turning into sort of the chip race after hours.
Yeah.
Speaking of after hours, we are going to be bringing you high-stakes cash game action. They are definitely playing 100-200 with the 200 ante on, but I have been reliably informed that there will be straddles and maybe even double straddles.
Sick.
So this is going to be a big game. Remember, some of the stacks last night were 100, 150k. There might have even been a 170k stack out there, as I recall. So the potential for a 250,000, maybe even 300k pot, very much alive. Exactly the kind of thing that can wet the whistle.
חייב איזה הכפלה טוב. חייב איזה הכפלה טובה. לא, זה טוב לי.
So it looks like Julian might be getting jiggy here with the Jack 8 suited. This is definitely on the loose side.
That was you said jiggy with it.
Yeah.
Come on. Most of the chat are old enough for that reference.
And he puts the ace-10 in a tricky spot and he decides to fold.
Any more Will Smith references maybe for a future hand? Men in Black.
Yeah, you're more of a movie buff than I am, so I might leave it to you. I'm not a
How dare you suggest that Will Smith wasn't a musical performer first?
Yeah.
Action over to Kirichenko, who has shown a little bit of feist, a little bit of game there with that Queen 4 move against Laurie. Didn't work out that time, but respect for the effort for sure. Massive stack, Kanakalopoulos opening up the ace-9 now in the cut-off.
Yeah.
Dalglish with a very playable king-queen here. Definitely a go-both-ways candidate here. He could 3-bet, he could flat.
Yeah.
Prefer the 3-bet with the offsuit variety.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gone for the 3-bet here. He's up against a bigger stack, so he's decided to essentially raise and try and take it down pre-flop, and he does.
Good discipline there from Kalakalopoulos, despite the fact that he's literally swimming in chips over there.
Yeah, but he's not going to. Yeah, even when you're big stack, you don't want to spew them away. And I mean, he had the best hand there, but like that's one of the very few hands he's best against. And actually, King Queen is a nicer, more playable hand in many ways than Ace-9 off.
For sure.
We can defend suited aces and pairs there, but we don't need to defend the really bad offsuit aces. Back to story time. Giorgio Green Van Man says, I first got introduced to you, Dara, by Willie as his brother Dode was playing the main final table in Edinburgh so long ago. I remember that trip very well, George. Didn't realize that was the first time we'd met. If I'd been pushed, I would have said we'd first met at an Irish Open, but I guess it was actually at that UKIPT. I remember Willie bringing me bust-out ice cream after Dode bust me from that event.
Var da, ja, var.
Var.
Shout out to the Elliott brothers.
The Elliott brothers, indeed. Two legends of Scottish poker.
Willie Elliott obviously heavily involved with Poker Stars and the EPT these days, and they will be bringing EPT to this very venue in a very excited way. Actually, technically not this exact venue. They are going to be crossing the road over to the Diamond, the Royal Diamond, a very fancy property, I must say. It's where Darren and I run across for our fancier meals.
Yeah, they allow us in there for the meals. And I'm definitely going to make an effort to qualify for that event. Don't play that many EPTs anymore these days. I kind of prefer other tours too, but I think that's one I definitely want to go to. This is just such an amazing venue. I think that's going to be the best EPT of this year. People talk about it, Barcelona and Prague, and yeah, those events have been great historically. But I actually think EPT North Cyprus will be the best one this year.
I agree. Historically, Prague, Barcelona, my favourites. I used to love Deauville as well, but I think the new kid on the block is going to be the stop not to be missed. It's a fabulous room over there, Darren. I know you haven't seen that room yet, but wait till you see it.
I can imagine. I mean, the whole hotel is absolutely amazing. So we've been over there for meals and also sometimes late night drinks as well, and it is an amazing hotel.
Yeah. And you know what it is as well, and I think you can probably relate to what I'm about to say here. We come over here and we do the commentary, and we love doing the commentary because it's lovely to have that opportunity to have that string to our bow, if you like, and I actually really enjoy the analysis. I love working with yourself and James and Ali and all the team, but I get terrible FOMO. I get that sort of like, I want to be out there playing.
I think you might have played one side event here. I've never actually played here, so I definitely want to right that wrong.
I came third in it. Thanks for setting that one up.
Yeah.
Played one, came third. It might have been like 60, maybe 70.
Yeah.
Kakir with the pocket tens. Well, he's not going to open it this time. He's just going to stick it in.
Yeah, he's gone shallower now. Unless he runs into something, this will get through. All the way around to the big blind, Julien Lery, who won't be calling with the Jack-7 suited.
No. And a nice spot there for Kakir, because it's not one of those situations where you're shoving, hoping for folds. Actually, you're hoping for, no Jacks plus, but actually there's a lot of hands that can call that you're in great shape.
Oh yeah, you can get called by lower pairs for sure. It is what it is at that stack depth.
Yeah.
Hands play themselves.
Question for you, Dara. He had 16 bigs there. Obviously, don't mind the shove whatsoever. Is it still one of those kind of hands that you could just open off the 16 bigs?
You could, yeah. I mean, I think it was definitely influenced by what happened last time he opened.
Sure.
He thought, well, I'm not raise folding this time, and I don't really fancy raise calling either. So, yeah, you can definitely just open the hand as well.
Kirichenko. It's getting short now. Yakme. Ace Queen suited. Never one to act quickly here. He always takes those few seconds, a little bit of poise. Thoughtful player. Le Havre right behind here with the King 10 off. Yep. Possibly considering a light 3-bet with a hand such as this. Oh, possibly considering a flat. Don't try this at home, ladies and gents. This is optimistic, I feel.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit, I'm kind of getting short now and I have a pretty hand and I want to play, but you're just in terrible shape against all the legit hands.
Yeah, not closing the action, not suited, could be dominated, not dominating hardly anything.
This is a tricky spot enough now with the King Jack off. It plays pretty badly three-way. Against just one player, I'm pretty sure he would defend. But there's actually more money out there now, so he might actually be thinking of just turning this into a shove as well. He's actually in fine shape against the two hands he's up against, but you know, you could be up against ace king, ace queen, ace jack.
Yeah, decides to go the lower variance route here. Well, it's questionable whether it is lower variance, of course.
Yeah, yeah. Now they've all missed. It's basically what I call a baseball card board, because it's very unlikely any of them have those cards, except maybe the big blind sometimes. But again, whoever has the stronger range pre-flop probably still has the best hand.
Yes, and indeed he does. Not only does he have the best hand, he also has the big draw. Jagme happy to put chips into this pot.
Yeah. Yeah, his hand is strong enough really to get in against either of those stacks, so he might as well bet and try and take it down, and if they stick it in, he's going to call it off and hope to hit.
And Le Havre, well, we talked about how he might be plotting larceny with the pre-flop call. Doesn't end up using position to take it down there, maybe illustrating the weakness of that king 10 flat.
Yeah, it's important not to like leak chips in these spots when you've got 20, 21 big blinds. You know, you leaked away a couple of blinds there. It might not seem like a big deal, but you do that a few times and then suddenly you've lost half your stack.
Yeah, and it's pure speculation. You know, you haven't given yourself a chance to win with those chips. You haven't raised with those chips. You haven't bet with those chips. You've just called.
You just called, yeah. Yeah, when you raise, you give yourself 2 ways to win, as the old cliche goes. But when you call, you are going to have the best hand, or at least make it by the river.
Dalglish now. His turn for a wired pair. Oh, and it looks like we will see a clash here.
Yeah, this is a fairly standard shove at the stack depth, 13.5 big blinds. You don't love it because the raises come from a relatively early position, but to be honest, like king queen is probably getting here, so ace queen is fairly easy. And the great thing about a hand like ace queen is that unless you run into ace king specifically, or obviously aces, kings or queens, you're going to be flipping most of the time when you're called.
Quick call from Dalglish. We're off to the races, guys. Pocket tens. A decent lead in this all-in situation, but ace queen super competitive, of course. 1.2 million in the middle. To Harry's life on the line, and there is a queen.
Yeah. Yep. This will be a big doubler for him if he can hold here, if he can fade one of the 2 remaining tens.
Visualizing
and yeah,
an 8 river.
Visualize the ace perfectly.
I like this man's style. I like his sunglasses hair combo.
And the thing draped over his shoulders as well.
Oh, I was actually talking about to Harry, but you're right there. They both wearing the sunglasses.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's very stylish looking gentleman.
Don't be greedy.
Yeah, like a stocky tan David Byrne.
Yeah, I'm not sure where David Byrne gets into there, but
it's a stretch.
But yeah.
With
David Byrne, you could probably
beard,
compare him to almost anybody.
With the beard. Okay, it's just the hair. It was only the hair that I really had to go on there.
David Byrne of Talking Heads for the younger people in the audience.
They all know.
Who the hell is David Byrne?
They all know. Dalglish back on the horse here. Ace queen under the gun.
It's another hand straight away. I mean, it's suited. Pretty hand, but the whole table behind you. And you're facing an open from the guy with the strongest range on the table. So he does let it go.
I feel like it's almost incumbent upon us, Dara, to make these references, given that it is a retro-themed
This is
series.
true, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was under the impression before we got here that it was retro 80s, but apparently it's retro 50s. So my Magnum PI shirts are a little bit not quite on theme. But
John Johnson over here.
Yeah, I'm definitely not taking the white suit out of the out of the suitcase. And he'll be feeling great with life now. He's just suddenly got lots of chips. Double up, blind steal. Life is good. Comes around on the button. Kirichenko, short stacked, awkward enough hand. I think this is a hand you probably just want to raise fold or maybe limp. It's not really strong enough to shove for 13 bigs, but he might disagree with me. Looking at the clock, I wonder if we're on a pay jump. 43 left, you can see there on the screen. Yeah, he has gone for the min raise. I like this.
Yeah.
Kanakopoulos might very well 3-bet against his stack depth. He's relatively short. King Queen is strong enough to 3-bet call against him. Obviously, if the big blind gets involved, we reevaluate. But against a short stack on the button, King Queen, you can happily 3-bet call. And if he does 3-bet it, it should work. But he's decided to just flat, keep in hands that he dominates. Big blind quickly folds, so the ace-high board, Kirichenko might find a way to win this now, just with a bet. The King-Queen suited does have the nut-no pair and a couple of backdoors, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. So he can potentially call a small bet here. On the other hand, the King 7 might think that he has showdown against stuff like Queen 10 suited, so, but he is going for the bet, which again, I like this decision.
Yeah, I do too.
Just, this is your board, you have the stronger ace-x and it gets the job done.
Nice execution there. Kirichenko, obviously that Queen 4 ran into Laurie's ace-queen earlier on, and that might seem like a misstep, but we immediately categorized it not so and thought that actually it was a kind of an interesting spot to take there against a wide button range.
Yeah.
Something, a move that was going to work an awful lot. And actually, he's really impressed us overall.
Yeah, you can't fall into the trap of just because a move doesn't work because you run into a hand it wasn't a good move. It was actually a very good hand to choose. It didn't play well as a flat, but it had a sort of a blocker in the form of the queen. He was unlucky, essentially, that he ran into the top of the range.
Well, Lahav, music to his ears here. He looks down at the ladies, 22 bigs. We said he was sort of in that awkward phase of leaking chips from a 25, 30 big blind stack all the way down to a 20 big blind stack, speculating in maybe inadvisable spots. Well, he's found a real hand now under the gun and will be looking for action.
Yeah, the raise call is basically what you're hoping for here. You're hoping somebody has jacks or tens behind and goes with their hand.
See, I'm greedy, Dara. I'm looking for 4 flats and a squeezer.
That's probably the real dream, yeah.
Kanakopoulos with the pocket sevens here. Interesting one for the ultra deep stacked, arguably, well, I don't say arguably, it's just because I don't really know. maybe chip leader in the tournament right now. Arguably the chip leader in
A
the
lot of
tournament.
things are arguable
You
to
can
you at the
argue
moment.
he is the chip leader.
Yeah.
From all available information, he appears to be.
Yeah. You can just flat here, which maybe we're setting up your dream scenario of lots of flats and then a squeeze.
Yagame won't get involved here with the Jack 6. And he will allow this one to go. Battle of the wired pocket pairs. Clubs are smothered. Kanakalopoulos pocket 7s and a diamond in his hand. Well, neither player will love that board. Lahav may feel as though he has to continue here for a small sizing. I think a range bet around about like 1.5 big blinds is kind of nice here. He does have the Queen of Hearts in hand too. He doesn't want to really give away the betting lead to his opponent, I feel. It looks as though he's going a lot bigger than that. It looks like a 150 or no, 110.
Yeah, on ace high board.
And I do like that decision to bet there, Dara. We've done an exhaustive amount of study together over the years, and I do recall a situation many years ago in the Isle of Man where we talked about the kings and the queens on those ace high boards and why it's good to bet them.
Yeah. I mean, as we did actually have a similar hand earlier, and I said that like while kings, queens, and jacks, those types of hands might not seem like they have much incentive to bet. When you check, and if that's your entire checking range, you might as well turn your hand over and say, "This is the hand I have." You become very easy to play against. You just kind of play your range there rather than your actual hand.
Yeah, neat bit of work there from Lahav, recognising exactly that fact. That's given him 21 big blinds now, even though the blinds have gone up to 25k, 50k. With the 50k big blind ante, we see there now that there's quite a few short stacks. About 4 of our table have sub 25 bigs. We have that obnoxiously big stack still sitting before Kanakalopoulos. And it's fair to say he's not really forcing the action with that stack. He's sort of letting the cards come to him.
Yeah, which is fair enough. We're not really at an ICM Extreme part of the tournament. People aren't really singing on. They're just playing their hands. If they have 20 big blinds and they have a reasonable hand, they're going with it. So there's no reason to force the pace with the big stack.
Yeah, and 42 players left, I just want to point out here.
Yeah, they're dropping pretty quickly now.
They really are, and that's a feature here at the Merit Poker events. Not just the really good structures, the hour-long clock. Obviously, that gives the guys loads to play, means that they're nice and deep. Okay, yes, there's a bit of a bubble effect, which then sort of sorts itself out over the course of the next hour and a half or so. But they do tend to get deep again, and I think that's as much a function of the style of play that is the default.
Yeah, a lot of fearlessness around. They're not the type of people who are clinging on for pay jumps or ladders.
There's no lappins out there. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it?
Basically, yeah.
Well,
it's a sea of Andy Blacks rather than lappins.
Bit of domination rotation here as the ace-3 overtakes the ace-10 of Taheri.
Yeah, he's also got the backdoors to go with his pocket pair, so.
Dalglish getting sticky here.
Yeah, they both turn a gut shot now.
Yeah, I feel as though Taheri, not the type to get too out of line there. He'll fire a C-bet, but I don't think he'll.
Yeah. Dalglish is going to bet here and just try and clear out some equity.
Yeah.
His hand is quite vulnerable. There's really no good river card unless it improves his hand.
Yeah, not a spot really for Taheri to get out of line, one feels. He obviously could go for the shove here, try and represent overpairs, and he'd always have that sort of backup plan of the wheel draw. Maybe he has 2 overcards as well, but would be a little ambitious, one feels.
Yeah, the problem is, like, even if there are none of your outs that you can hit and feel great about, and you're out of position, so he does wisely let it go.
Yeah, and good awareness there of maybe the capabilities of his opponent, and the fact that that was probably a bit of a blank and he was the one who had flatted and then got checked. He didn't face the second bet. Well, maybe I can just clear out some equity of my own here.
Yeah.
Nicely done from Dalglish.
Thomas Martin in the YouTube chat says, literally earning free money just by watching. The knowledge of the lads is exceptional and well worth tuning in. Keep up the great work. Looking forward to the next podcast. Thanks for that, Thomas.
Very kind of you, Thomas. Yeah, we are working away always on podcast material. Actually, the day before we travelled here, Darren and I were recording segments.
Yeah.
We have a very fun show coming up featuring Josh Aria in about 10 days' time. Obviously, Josh probably staked a reasonable claim on a World Series, or not, sorry, it's not a World Series. I was prejudicing it. The Hall of Fame, it's not a World Series thing, even though it kind of is.
Yeah.
The Hall of Fame, Josh maybe has put himself in pole position for that next year. We interviewed him. That will be on our next show, and it's a great interview, actually.
It is, yeah. Josh was a lot of fun to talk to. And we've been recording a lock-in over here as well, which should be out at some stage as well. So lots more on that front.
Yeah, people will have noticed that our lock-in shows are becoming almost like travel vlogs these days.
Yeah.
Almost the exact opposite of what they were intended when they were
Maybe
incepted.
we shouldn't call them lock-ins anymore.
Yeah, we're just locked out all the time. Maybe we should,
Yeah.
it's like we haven't been let back into our houses.
Yeah. So here we have the ace-2 suited opening, which is obviously fine from the cutoff. He's very deep. King-5 suited is the type of hand you could potentially sometimes use as a light 3-bet. And yeah, that's what he's decided to do.
Great minds think alike here, Dara.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have spotted this one myself, I gotta say.
Yeah, yeah. Those kind of like bad suited kings, they make reasonable candidates. The king is a sort. I call it a quarter blocker. It blocks about a quarter of the value hands compared to the ace, but it still has some value. And obviously, if you get 4-bet, you're just folding because you have junk hand. But you can get flatted too and win, and you can win pre-flop, as exactly happened there. Because the player's raising in late position, they just have wide ranges, so there's a lot of better hands you can get to fold. Going about his business very quietly and impressively, I have to say.
Yeah, a regular here at Merit, a very assured, well-tempered competitor.
David Lonkovic slapping there, finding the right words.
Did I? I don't even remember what I said. They're out there, you just have to grab them.
You just have to remember where you put them in your brain, yeah.
Yeah.
Ace-9 offsuit in the early position. I mean, with this stacked up, you do want to be opening more hands, but with the blinds having gone up, he's only got 12 bigs and he's the whole table to go through, so I like the fold there. King-Queen on the other hand.
This is probably just a lamp, is it? 13 bigs?
Yeah,
13 and a
yeah,
half bigs?
we can definitely shove this profitably. That seems like the best thing to do with the hand, but he's gone for the raise, and
oh, and an interesting spot now for Kanakalopoulos, who hasn't got out of line much.
yeah,
Facing an open off a shallow stack. And I suppose part of the alternative to what we were espousing there, Dara, is that Kirchenko will get a lot of credit for an open off this 13 and a half big blind stack.
yeah. But having said that, Kanakopoulos remembers him opening on the button as well in recent times. So he's seen 2 opens off shallow stack recently, so he might be starting to think, okay, maybe it's not just aces and kings.
Can we get Kanakalopoulos an espresso?
He seems to have frozen on screen, doesn't he?
Yeah, espresso to the feature table. Looks like he's gonna click it.
Yeah. So the previous.
Oh, look at this!
Oh, this is
It's probably a fold now, but it's it would have been interesting if we'd seen a flat.
gross spot, yeah, for the 9s because the chip leader. Yeah, yeah. Fold is very much approved there, and Kirchenko, like, he's getting a compelling price here when it it comes back to him.
Oh yeah,
But his hand is just...
It's been made so awkward. I love this click.
Like, yeah.
he's almost laughing there for a moment, looking over at Canikalopoulos. Worrying if his king or queen would be good should he hit them.
Yeah.
Worrying about not calling and ignoring this incredibly good price he's being laid.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a definition of a hard spot now, even though it's very shallow.
Feels like a situation where he knew what he was going to do. He was going to raise it up and fold to a 3-bet.
Yeah.
Or maybe, you know, get heads up against the blinds with a strong hand, and that would be fine. He'd play down the streets. But this click, definitely maybe an unexpected
the sizing
other
just puts
sizing.
I mean, I don't know. Not even sure what you're supposed to do here. Maybe we just call and we hope to miss.
Call and hope to miss.
Yeah.
Put that in your next book, Barry Carter.
Yeah.
I do agree, though. It's such an amazing price that maybe you just
Such
have
an
to call
amazing
and go.
price, and you can't think it's just
go with
aces
the
and
piece.
kings. So, and you're so shallow that if you flop a pair or other equity, you can just go with it.
Credit to Canikalopoulos for finding this incredibly awkward sizing.
This is horrible. This just puts king queen in the absolute bin here.
Kirichenko definitely wishing he had just shipped it in there. He'd be
Yeah.
happily flipping against pocket nines
Yeah.
if he had.
Yeah, you don't see too many 12 big blind spots where the opener has a really difficult decision when it comes back to him, but this is one of them. And he's decided he's going to keep his 10 big blinds, and he'll be shoving next time.
Yeah, super fascinating short stack spot there, guys. Please give us your thoughts in the chat about that one. That's definitely one of the most non-standard situations we've seen. Obviously, you do see this kind of stuff online quite a bit. People finding these interesting little click sizings. Definitely more resembled an online hand than a live one. In that sense.
You see it in high rollers as well. You see some like five bet shoves off 15 big blind stacks.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's very difficult to know what to do there. I feel like call and just go with equity is probably the right play, but it's definitely a head scratcher.
Well, straight away Kirichenko given another head scratcher. Pocket threes under the gun here. He's about to have 2 blinds untimely ripped from his stack in the next hand if he ignores this spot. So
he might just,
it's borderline.
It's borderline, and the fact that it's big blind ante makes it a better shove than if it was the traditional ante.
Well, to be honest, I think that's what makes it borderline for me. I think if this was traditional ante, I would be
yeah,
happy
it would be a fairly
this
easy fold, I think.
Yeah,
it's just like it's a real stick in your head out the window and hoping the oncoming train doesn't take your head off when you have a pair of threes here.
I have a similar expression, but it's a bit more X-rated.
Yeah,
you're familiar.
I'm aware of it. I was not going to use that expression.
I felt like you were using that expression without using that expression.
Yeah.
Which
I think the fold is correct. It's just a no blocker hand, so
yeah. I think I probably do lean towards the fold as well, but I think the big blind ante is one of these curiosities now within the live poker realm that does bring a couple of hands back into the picture in early position. And we do see Canikalopoulos open up a little bit there. We talked about how he's letting the game come to him. I guess if he's going to step out, 10-8 suited, not the worst holding. Yagme going to flat here, I assume.
Yeah.
Try and set mine / board mine against a wily opponent. Taheri, dream hand.
Oh yeah, this is just the spot you've been waiting for.
And I think it will be a clash of the same 2 guys again. Wasn't it Yagme a moment ago who was in a big clash with Taheri for half of what Taheri currently has?
Yeah. Yeah, so he does put it in. That'll flush out the 10-8 suited.
And the 8s Probably got a call for this
Oh,
price, 700 into
just
19.
Yeah,
amazing spot.
Huge price, yeah, can't fold here.
Opportunity to get all those chips back from a moment ago, but not an insignificant amount of Yagme's remaining stack here.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I thought Tahiri had less than that. This pushes it.
But it's very close.
This pushes it back to being close, yeah. Was a fairly quick shove, and that often just does weight opponents towards the ace king.
Great read, Darren. Completely agree with that read.
Yeah, the hand that's you kind of just know what you have to do. But yeah, he has it. I don't mind that at all because given the ICM, he shows the ace king.
Tahiri on the uptick. The lads staying hydrated here. As we see action full round to Yagme again, King Queen. A lot of playable hands here.
Yeah.
Yagme being put to the test.
Yeah, a lot of playable hands, but like not super strong. So
yeah, nothing clear cut.
Sometimes you just get these hands a lot, and you're like, oh god, I'm going to have to open this now. But if I get 3-bet again, I'm going to be in a world of pain. But you do have to keep opening them. Oh, Lahav has this interesting spot here now. He's got 19 big blinds, Jack 10 suited. He's gonna just flash. He could definitely have shoved there.
Yeah, that does seem like a bottom of the range shove for me.
Yeah, those types of hands, the bad suited broad risk make decent shoves because they can fold out stuff that dominates them, but they're still going to have decent equity when called.
And Laurie now with the ace-jack offsuit on the button may well be eyeing up a squeeze to 350 here. Maybe a little more. He is rather deep against Yagme. Yeah, 405 is the number. Kakir will bin these twos. And as Dara predicted, Yagme just getting no clear-cut situations here. Perfectly legit open, but he's going to have to fold to the squeeze. And Lahav going to have to fold as well. So excellent awareness and execution by Laurie here. You got a feel for Yagme, who's been put in a few gross spots.
Yeah, it's a great spot for Lurie because with the flat there in the middle, that puts more meat out there to pounce on. So
particularly Lahav meat that we've seen is kind of passive and kind of not likely to be too strong.
Yeah,
feels like it's dead money.
And I think. Yeah, Lahav could have won that hand, I think, with a shove. I don't think Lurie calls off the ace-jack, and the king-queen probably folds as well. So,
which shows the power of it, that you get a hand like ace-jack to fold, and when you do jack-10, it's an amazing spot. And when you do get called by the ace-king and the ace-queen, it's okay, because you got 40%.
No, it's exactly the right type of hand. Like, you do actually fold out a lot of the hands that dominate you, so that, and you tend to be live then against the part of the range that calls you.
Yeah. And even if you do have the disaster scenario of running into aces, well, I think Jack-10 might crack aces more than almost any other hand.
You prefer to have Jack-10 suited against aces than kings against aces, yeah.
$41 now remain. Every time I glance up at that screen, it seems like 3 or 4 players have been removed from the equation here.
Dropping super, super fast.
Going to take a glance, actually, see if there's any big notables or anyone from our last feature table have fallen by the wayside. Under the gun, one Yagme opening the ace queen. He's got another openable one. Kanakalopoulos likely to defend here with the ace 4 heads up.
And again, it's another open where you're really hoping not to get 3-bet. So he's just being dealt all of these hands, all of these raise fold hands.
You don't love the ace 4 off here, but heads up, it does feel like a mandatory call here for just 50 more. Oh, but Dara, look at this. Oh, poor Yagme.
Oh,
poor Yagme has been 3-bet again.
They're literally picking on him now because he just seems to be raise folding his way out of the tournament.
Oh my goodness, Kanakalopoulos obviously just deciding I don't actually like flatting this ace 4. It's just
it's the right type of hand. Ace 4 offsuit particularly, like
yeah.
Ace 4 suit is much better flat, but Ace 4 offsuit is just kind of mucky and doesn't flop too well, but blocks a lot of the stuff that you're worried about. So it's a very reasonable candidate to turn into a light.
It must be crossing his mind that literally every time he's put chips in the pot, someone has raised for the last orbit.
Yeah.
Wow, such discipline. Like obviously that time we see that he had by far the best hand. We see that Kanakalopoulos was at it. Fair play to Kanakalopoulos for recognizing the spot. But oh my goodness me, does this man just decide to go about his business? Okay, I open this hand. Oh, I face a 3-bet, I fold, I guess. Yeah. And he's just doing it over and over again, even though it must feel pretty rubbish.
It does feel rubbish, but you kind of just have, your ranges to a large degree should be sort of preset.
Yeah.
You can obviously change them based on dynamics, etc., but you shouldn't really adjust them too much. And in every spot, you are supposed to have hands that you're going to fold to a 3-bet. And if you happen to have one of those hands and you get 3-bet, just go ahead and fold. You can console yourself that you have other hands that can continue against the 3-bet in your range.
Well put. Well, I promised you a few updates from out in the field. Well, we have lost Martinas Vitkauskas. We have also lost Iraklis Manakaros. Andrei Padachuk, one of our big name players who was still in the field, came into today, I believe, 3rd in chips. He has fallen in 56th place a little while ago. Obviously a WPT and EPT champion. Dennis Kapustin, Alexander Pak, Christos Lianzis, and Seaman Kravets, who obviously survived through our last feature table, did fall by the wayside there not too long ago. As we come back into the action here, Kakir shoving his ace-10 suited, likely to get looked up by Kanakalopoulos here with the 7s. He might be off to the races. I will give you the players who fell from 50 through to 40 in a moment, but we're going to watch this one. Not sure what the stack is behind here, Dara. Obviously that's the consideration, otherwise we'd have our chips in pretty quickly here. He has isolated all in here, so presumably not more than, oh, it was actually 1.9 million, so.
And it's going to be a flip. And while we wait for the flip, Heisenberg in the chat asks how much is the delay. It's 30 minutes, Heisenberg.
Oh, and it's a fair fight still. Kakir picking up the flush draw.
It's almost 50-50 now. The S10 is actually a slight statistical favourite, now a big favourite after hitting his ace.
Yeah, Kanakalopoulos down to just 2 outs. That is not one of them. And a double up, much needed for Kakir. He stays in this tournament now. 39 players left. As I take you through the players who bust 50 through 40. Vladimir Drokin, Ori Hassan, WSOP bracelet winner, Milos Skribic, who we had on our last feature table, Heshmat Davoudi, I hope I pronounced that one okay, Nishan Korchidian, Maxime Chilot, obviously we saw, Randy Hoffmanner got the ladder, 7k right now for the players who bust. Next ladder is 35 when it jumps up to 8k. Those ladders, a modest consideration for these players.
Yeah, most of the thought will be pushing onto the final table where the really big money is, and in particular the first prize.
Harry putting his newfound wealth back into the action here, opening ace-10 in early position. If I'm honest, I might let this one go myself. Probably just one pip too light for me, but it's borderline. Obviously, he's keen to build a stack now. Up to 20 bigs finally, having been short for so long. Yagme calls from the big. Does catch a piece here, bottom pair. Picks up a backdoor now, but Taheri with the ace-10. He's got open-ended here. Both players with showdown. We're probably going to a river.
Ooh, there it is.
Yagme unlikely to get error line here on this run out. Probably going to check fold here to the presumptive healthy bet from Taheri, who will be hoping that that king has connected with Yagme.
Yeah, good disciplined fold again. He's showing us lots of good disciplined folds.
Yeah, poor old Yagme right now. You do feel for players who have a session such as this where it feels like they're being thrown around like a rag doll.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the many things, ways poker challenges. You just have to stay disciplined in these spots, stick to your strategy, and just accept that there are sometimes where there are many situations where you're just supposed to fold, and sometimes you get a long string of them.
Yeah, and the ability to survive them and then be still around for when the card rush comes or the bit of good fortune comes is so crucial.
Yeah. Yeah, poker tournaments are a lot like that, just sort of like staying alive and waiting for something good to happen. And I would say poker careers, as if you're a tournament player, are also quite similar. There's long periods where you're just sort of like nothing much is happening. Maybe you're getting min cashes, but you're not getting the big result. But then when the big result does come along, that's makes all the difference.
Was that use of the phrase "staying alive" a knowing retro reference?
Yeah,
Nicely
but
done.
again, unfortunately, not to the 50s. My knowledge of 50s.
I'm not sure I could do 50s music.
I'm not sure I can do 50s music either. No, it's sort of like very early rock and then pre-rock.
Two pair for Kakir. Le Havre with a gutter to the ignorant end, not loving this too much. Well, he's made a liar out of me there. He does make the call to have with this ignorant gut shot on the paired board. Do feel as though Le Havre has sort of played to type here. There we identified a couple of spewy-ish sort of calls where he didn't really take proper stabs at pots and sort of let chips leak away. This feels like another leak, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, unless you're going to maybe turn this hand into a bluff at a later stage, I think you should probably just get out.
Kakir can go both ways here. He could go for another small sizing, or he could check. Obviously, his opponent could have 10x sometimes.
Yeah, we can bluff catch river if opponent does stab now.
And even though it won't work, I sort of hope Le Havre does stab, just so that there's a bit of consistency in his overall play here.
Yeah, if you're calling just to hit your gut shot, yeah, this makes his flop call a little bit better now. But it's not going to work because he's run into a jack. But not a bad decision on the river there.
Yeah.
The only way he was going to win the pot, he had 8 high.
A reminder, guys, we have roughly 30 minutes left of this frame. These guys are going to be with us for the duration of that. We're going to take a 40-minute break, bit of a dinner break, before bringing on the Cash Game Warriors. They're going to battle it out in a 100, 200, 200 game, which I am pretty sure will feature straddles, prop bets, and more chaos. Don't have the lineup as of yet, but I would expect it to involve people like Paul Newey, Albert again, those kind of characters. They'll be carrying across the veritable dynamics of last night's play, which ended in the biggest pot of the night. Do check that one out. If you want to take a lazy shortcut, you can click on last night's stream, go to the last 10 minutes. It is basically that was those 10 minutes.
Absolute epic hand. It pretty much had a bit of everything, so one of the most fun hands I've ever commentated on. Even if no mothers were actually threatened during the hand.
Well, Tahiri flops the nuts here, would you believe it, on the 8-7-4, having called in the big blind. Under the gun here, Laurie does have a back door. 9-10, spade, could work for him. But it's a pretty nasty texture here. And Yagme, well, he's got similar sort of backdoor stuff going on. There is a spade. My God, we got the action card, Dara.
Yeah.
Tahiri with the nuts right now. Both players with flush draws. This could get very messy indeed. Laurie, I don't think can raise in this spot here. Can't represent enough of this low board. Probably just has to call for his draw. He's getting a fine price to do so.
Yeah.
So no problem with that line.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just got to call. That's
it's a real big blind special board, and it just so happens that the big blind does have all of it.
Yeah.
But once that call from Laurie comes in, Yagme almost certainly comes in behind as well with the flush draw that he thinks will be good. Little does he know he is drawing stone dead, Dara. A nasty situation for him. Should a spade come, it could get very, very messy. As the pot already up to 670 is going to be 820 after this call is chucked in. We're going to a very, very important river here in the context of this game. Well, Yagme makes queens on the end. I wonder if he thinks that could be good some amount of the time.
Yeah.
Tahiri, just checking he still has the nuts. Yes, indeed he does. Proceed.
Nice
proceed with the bet. Interested to see what sizing he may go for here. Maybe something in the region of half pot feels kind of nice. Oh, and from my mouth to his ears, it's exactly what he's chosen. Quick fold from Laurie and Yagme now with, something to ponder. Poor old Yagme, Dara. Has he had a simple spot yet?
No. He's getting off. Sometimes you get these sessions where you just get difficult spot after difficult spot and you can feel like you're getting boxed around and you're maybe playing badly, but he's actually played like really well, despite the fact that he keeps losing these hands.
Well, Tahiri is going to end this hand with a minimum of 1.8 million, and if the call should come in, he will be over 2 million. An incredible comeback when you think he was down to just 10 big blinds a short while ago.
Yeah. Yeah. So lots of consideration here. Decent amount of missed draws, but then we do block. We do block those with the 9 and the spades. So
Yagme just wondering if he beats any value. Does he maybe beat the ace-8, the king-8? That may take this line. Remember, that queen will look like a blank to Tahiri if he was sitting there with a hand like ace-8, Dara.
yeah.
And for that reason, he may be a little concerned that he might beat some value, and that is probably the reason he tosses in this call. Yagme, bit unlucky with that run out.
Flop. Sorry.
Tahiri up to over 2 million now.
Yeah.
What a comeback from that man. Can't really blame Yagme. That was a really tough situation there.
Yeah.
Probably figured there were a couple
Horrible.
of value hands he beats, and it might be a
And all the bluffs as
9,
well.
10 as well. Yeah, exactly. Well, one of the more interesting hands we've seen so far.
We should wear 8 chairs, thank you.
Kanikalopoulos. Well, he has 2 Ks in his name. He's got 2 Ks in front of him right now. Bumps it up to 100,000. No action. Could Lahav be contemplating something off 8 bigs here? It would be ill-advised, both because of his hand and the timing, obviously, would be very wrong indeed. Tahiri, 2.2 million. Not going to reinvest. And Laurie, 950, bins it. Not the outcome Kanikalopoulos would have been hoping for with those Djangos.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the high roller, 712. If you're in the institution, please check your name on the screen and go straight to the table.
And if you listen out there, Dara, it looks like the high roller is just starting
Yeah.
on the outer table. So I forgot that this is a thing we do here, which is fantastic. The high roller starts in the evening. They play a very short session. They don't play a long second day, and then obviously it can be somewhat of a full final day, depending on how it goes. 40-minute clock on that one. Same structure otherwise. Same chips. Same increments.
Owen.
And it sort of ends up being a 2.5-day event instead of a 4. Kirichenko all in here. 10 bigs. All you can eat. Queen 10 suited under the gun. Again, conscious perhaps of big blind and big blind ante gobbling him up next hand. I think this hand is fine to go with anyway. Dalkalic 1.9 million. Would have to put in a quarter of his stack here. +2. I don't think that's a real option with that many people left to act behind. But he's asking for the count nonetheless, which will help everybody else behind know exactly what they're dealing with.
Gentlemen, your table is ready, table number 1, please take your seat.
Five more.
Sen olmasan ben
Player
koyarım.
standing up, it looks like.
Asix mi?
Senden büyük.
Yeah.
Şey fark etmiyor.
Kirichenko at risk here. Dalkalic did go with the pocket 4s. I must say I'm a little surprised by this. That will close the door now as Kirichenko boats up here on the
They can
turn.
both sit back down.
Nice hand.
5 mi 6 mı? 8 iklant abi koyacağım onu abi.
Ben etmez misin diyorsun?
Etmedim çok adam var arkada.
Kesin etmezdim. Yani çok adam var arkada, güzel de çipim var, 9 big blind. Harcamaya değmez. Burada olsa net. Benim pozisyonum. Herkes fold.
O neyle olsa basacak yani.
Yok abi yani şöyle basılmaz ya. Yani.
Ha?
İyi belli bastığı kesin.
Siz o.
İyi bir yani.
Asikçi de olabilir. Asikçiye karşı değil mi? Öyle asikçi atmış gibi bir şey çıkarsa.
In other news on the outer tables, we have lost Randy Hoffmanner, UK player. He's bust just a short time ago. As we see Kanakalopoulos under the gun, he's going to open up the king queen here. Still playing very deep compared to everybody else here. 110 big blinds.
Yeah, he's got a huge stack, but he has obviously when he's playing against shorter stacks behind, he's playing against their stack essentially.
And this is going to just be a raise and take it. Good old-fashioned under the gun steal, Dara, with the king queen out.
Yeah, it's nice to be chip leader.
Yeah. You feel better about getting the raise through there with the king queen than you did about the kings 2 hands ago.
Yeah.
A glance at the clock tells me that we have just over 15 minutes left, after which we will take a medium-length break. These players are going to head off for their dinner break. They're going to be replaced by some nosebleed cash game behemoths.
Wow, all the words coming back, David. Behemoths.
Yeah, I'm getting my vocabulary back there, little by little. Le Havre, his stand finally comes in the form of ace-2 suited.
Yeah.
And he manages to get an ace-2 suited to fold, so good outcome.
Yep. He's super short there, less than 8 big blinds, so any suited ace is going to meet the qualification standard.
Tough old session for Le Havre. We saw him bleed from 30 bigs all the way down to 20. And then I wouldn't call it a misstep, but I would call it maybe a small error with that 7-8 in that spot there.
Yeah, I think the flop call was a little bit too optimistic. I think the river bluff was fine, but we saw him leak a few blinds. Just it's like the death of 1,000 cuts, just a few blinds here and there, and that's essentially what's brought him back into this zone now.
Great way of putting it there, yeah, death of 1,000 cuts.
Oh, he's picked up jacks again, straight away. You love the fact that you shoved last hand when you look down at the jacks, because you think, okay, maybe they just think, well, dinner break's coming up. Maybe he's in.
High roller just started.
High roller's just started. Yep. And he's definitely getting called lighter this time than he would the previous hand. Just the question is, does anybody have a hand they can call? Where he doesn't bother thinking about the queen jack in no man's land. He needs somebody in the blinds to have something tempting, and they don't. So this is going to work as well. Now the question is, does he show or not? He apparently doesn't.
Well, massive for him there is, without showdown, he's added 40% to his chip stack in 2 hands.
Yeah, that is huge.
More fold equity on the next shove too.
Yeah, he's actually kind of back into the zone where he's not just shove or fold now. And when you get super short like that, just getting a couple of hands like that is huge. Going card dead is just horrible. But sometimes you do just kind of wither out of tournaments. Can he pick up a hand for the 3rd time in a row? Let's have a look. Oh, he's knocked his entire chip stack over. King Queen. He does actually have another hand.
105.
This, yeah.
Well, you can never be like the 3rd time, right?
No, and as I said, like, he doesn't have to shove or fold now, so he's decided he's going to go for the for the raise. I presume this is a raise fold if anybody shows
Oh, look at it, right behind him, +1 to Harry's. Like, okay, I've got a playable 10-9 suited. Maybe I feel protected by the fact that no one's going to be attacking your open there, because it looks very like you have a real hand. I'm not
but on the other hand, if you have a real hand, like, how good is 10-9 suited, really?
I know. I'm not saying I advise this play. I'm just saying it was an interesting
This might draw in
decision,
the threes here.
which will bring in the big blind with a massive proportion of his range.
King Queen hates this now.
Poor old Yagme. Oh, of course he'll have the ace
my
queen.
God! Of course he gets a difficult decision.
Do you know what, though? If he takes an aggressive line here, he probably just wins it.
Oh, he does win the hand for sure.
So let's hope for Yagme's sake. There's a little bit of redemption at the.
There's 415k out there, and he's only got 1.2 million. And one of the stacks is a lot shorter. So
he could just stick it in here.
He could just stick it in here, yeah. The 24 big blind shove here would be perfectly justifiable. Particularly since the opener, the guy with the strongest range, is actually the shortest stack. So it won't be all of your chips if you do run into it.
All that dead money. He might be a little spooked by the open off the 12 big blind stack, but
yeah, all in on. I like his
Yagme.
move. Yeah, he's played really, really well, even though the session hasn't gone great for him. And now the King Queen is going to have to side fold, I think.
And it's a massive pickup. He gets to pick up 350k with no showdown here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Huge spot for Yagme.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, like, we've watched this session of poker. We've seen all the hands. These guys haven't, and these guys probably think he's a ragdoll that could be thrown around.
Yeah.
He's actually just had incredibly tough spots over and over again, and he's pretty much always got them right.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe once or twice they took advantages, they took liberties, but he still, on balance, did the right thing as a response.
Yeah.
And now, finally, right now, at the death, he may well be getting his just desserts. Now, Le Havre may be thinking about, well, there's a bit of dead money in there.
There's more dead money in it, yeah. It's a better spot to get it in. because of that, yeah, and this is what he's done. He's decided with the dead money he's getting the price. He's hoping he's up against something like jacks, or at least something he's live against.
Well, not to funk against the player here, but if there's any justice, Jagme finishes this hand with 2 million. Le Havre will obviously be hoping for the alternative outcome where he sits pretty on 1.5 million again.
Yeah, and it was the flat with the 10-9 suited which set up the situation, because that drew in the threes, and then that made the shove with the ace-queen the better. Ooh. So you're saying there's a chance.
Corner pocket.
He's got a jack or a king now.
Yeah, queen no good. Okay. No clubs anywhere.
No clubs in either hand.
So same outs, 7 outs. King or a jack.
No.
Jagme, 2 million chips now. We say goodbye to Le Havre.
Yeah.
And look, guys, you know, and this is something I'm always conscious of as a commentator. I have been critical. We have been somewhat critical of a couple of the lines this guy has taken. But you know what? He's out there in the arena battling away. He's made a very deep run here. 35 or so players left in this Merit warm-up. He's going to take that, hopefully, as the wind at his back as he enters maybe the high roller. Certainly, I imagine the main event in a couple of days' time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the irony, like 3 hands in a row he played basically, and it was a reasonable spot when it came back to him because of all the dead money that was out there. Yeah, he basically he only needed 35 to 40% equity, and there was just a few hands he was worried about. Unfortunately for him, Jagme had one of those hands.
Raise.
Well, a reminder of the cash game players who played last night. We do expect several of them to make a reappearance later on this evening. Saladin Badir, Mehmet, Hassan Barakat, the man going by Hans, who we know, of course, from the Hustler live stream $1 Million Cash Game. And he had a very successful session last night, too, it must be said. Albert Dar, regular here, very experienced cash game player, brings the action. Konstantinos, obviously, he put his foot in it right at the last moment of our stream last night, but he will be looking for some redemption. Paul Nui, of course, will be back in the thick of it, I'm sure, and Sinan Unlu. So that's our lineup from last night. We're expecting those guys to be somewhere in the building and maybe just maybe found and dragged onto our 100-200 table a bit later on. Exciting prospects indeed.
So Takir here opens the ace king, gets it through, adds 120k to his stack as we approach the dinner break.
Yeah, and dare I say, Dara, we're having a little one of those pre-dinner ebbs in energy. These players,
yeah, a lot
hungry,
of the players,
I think, hungry and tired.
and thinking about what they're going to have for dinner.
So many options, Dara. This is it.
Yeah.
Get decision fatigue at these buffets. My sons get decision fatigue when they go down for breakfast in the morning.
Decision fatigue apparently is a thing. There's only so many decisions a day we're used to making. Now, poker players are used to make more decisions than normal people, but having to decide at the buffet just adds to the strain for sure. Or in my case, deciding which shirt to wear.
Well, indeed. I've seen some players using their random number generators to choose which piece of cake to have.
Yeah, I knew one player who always wore the same clothes when he wore poker. I mean, 10 of the same things, let's say. And that was his reasoning for it. It was like he didn't want to have to make that one extra decision. He thought that might...
Just Homer Simpson, he just always had the same outfit.
Yeah.
Kanakalopoulos has opened things up here with pocket nines under the gun +1 to Harry. A little optimistic, getting a little splashy here, dare I say, with the ace-5 here on the button flatting.
Yeah, picked up a gut shot. Gets to play in position.
Oh!
Drills the gut shot.
Well, he knew something we didn't. Of course, we've talked about the visualization.
Yeah, and that doesn't look like a particularly dangerous card. You don't expect to get flatted by ace-5 on the button.
No, and Kanakalopoulos, every reason to believe he's good here, and maybe wants to charge some of the ace-X. Maybe wants to charge the 5s, 6s, 7s.
Yeah, just basically a bit of equity denial. Yeah, just check you have the nuts, or second nuts.
Life is good for this man. Looks down at the nuts and second nuts quite a bit.
Yeah.
And he just called Dara. He is playing it cutely here.
Yeah, it's the
King's a tricky one for
the nines can't really bet again, I don't think. I don't know what's going to call you. That's
Can
worse.
they bet like 100k again?
Get called by what?
8.
Okay, that one hand, yeah. Maybe he agrees with you. That might be the line he's gone for here.
60k, so he's actually literally
60,
just
actually, it's just, yeah, it's just a... And now to here, he's got to decide, what's he doing this with? How much will he call?
And this is funky because there is some ace-X maybe in Tahiri's range that he would have flatted the turn with, and you know, now whiffed, but perceives this blocker bet, like ultra small blocker bet, to be weak. And Kanakalopoulos will have a head scratching moment now.
It won't be an easy decision when he comes back to him after the raise.
Yeah, this raise super polar here. We see that there's a reason for it. He does have the straight, but actually I think he has to call almost as played. He's sort of made it wonky for himself.
Yeah.
It's almost like he induced a bluff.
Yeah.
Get a blocker / bluff inducer.
Yeah, I mean, he has one of the better hands. He's going to blocker bet, so can't really blame him for the call there.
And a, dare I say, smug looking Tahiri there.
Yeah, loving life at the moment.
Loving life. Can I stay at the feature table, please, guys?
Yeah, why do we have to go on dinner break? Could we possibly postpone that?
Yeah. Half my opponents look like they're ready for bed. I'm just
they
ready.
Do actually.
I'm ready to go.
They seriously do. There's a lot of brow mopping going on.
Hello.
Dealer looked very alarmed there by some announcement in the background, but she's gone back to dealing.
Welcome.
Tahiri, well, when the wind's at your back and you're wearing the cool retro glasses and the David Byrne hair,
You got the.
I say you open up that King 8 suited like the boss.
It's a reasonable open, for sure.
Well, a very playable Queen 10 suited here for Kirichenko.
Yeah, kind of hand you. Although he's relatively shallow, but I guess.
Yeah, 20 bigs, but he's in the big blind here. And okay, yes, Tahiri's made it 2.5x, but
you can definitely shove this.
Oh, interesting, Dara.
Yeah. But you can obviously flat. It's just a very nice hand.
Does make the call.
Yeah, I think maybe call against that seat and shove against an earlier seat.
Tahiri has club smothered. We see one club on board. Both players have missed. Backdoors galore. Probably gonna just fire out a c-bet here. He has big range advantage.
Players taking off their microphones, so I'm guessing this is the last hand before the dinner break.
Yep, players have more or less vacated their seats, leaving just these two to battle. Kirichenko, considering the relative value of all these backdoors, obviously.
Yeah, shallower your backdoors lose a lot of value.
Yeah, hard to get there, isn't it?
You just can't leak the chips off, and you don't have implied odds when you hit them, so I think he'll probably let this one go eventually.
37 players left now.
It's annoying, and it's one of the reasons why shoving this type of hand at this type of stacked out pre-flop is often the better play.
Well, Dara, before we go, I want to zoom in on a couple of things as we see there Kanakalopoulos, 5 million even, 83 big blinds. He's going to take that with him to an outer table for the last session of the day. Julian Laurie, I think he's played very well, to be honest, 1.9 million there, middle of the pack. Tahiri, obviously the mover and shaker, he came in short, now up to 2.8 million. Wow, I can't believe it's even that much. He really did have his foot on the pedal there at the end. Kirichenko short, Dalkalic short, but not too short. All of those guys very much still in the picture. We're about to go on a dinner break before what we expect to be some cash game action. I do want to just zoom in on a couple of things. We lost Maxime Chiot. Julian Laurie still in the mix, playing very well. Tahiri clearly on the charge. A somewhat subdued Kanakalopoulos, obviously that ace-4 steal withstanding. He actually sort of let the game come to him. But for me, I suppose the story of it was Tahiri and how, you know, he did flop very well, but he's managed to sort of come from the depths of despair and the pit of those 10 big blinds and make that move, and sort of a never give up mentality, how important it is in tournament poker there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're always just a couple of double ups away from being right back in the mix, and essentially that's kind of what's happened to him. That's been the story of his session. I would also give credit to Yagme. I think he got horrendous spot after horrendous spot. It felt to me like he got all the decisions right.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just get those sessions where you just get a lot of tough ones, and other times you get sessions or even entire days where you have no difficult decision. And you know, you could feel like you're playing really well when you have no difficult decisions, but you're really tested by those sessions where you get those difficult decisions.
Yeah, he's had a day or maybe even a tournament of difficult decisions in one session there, and I have to say, I was delighted to see him get the better of Lahav in that last hand there. A bit of just desserts, a bit of justice, which we often don't see in poker. It can go the other way. Anyway, guys, as I said, we're going to take a 40-minute break. Please do join us after that. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a cash game. I'm pretty sure it's going to be nosebleed stakes. If it's not, we will figure out a way to have some very entertaining programming with the tournament. Do join us in 40 minutes' time.